Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just wait for... Hi, Mrs. Sky Troop. Welcome. Mr. Sky Troop, Deborah, thank you all for joining. Last night was something else. Last night was something else. Hi, Seashore Girl. Welcome. Welcome to the coffee crew. Pardon me, guys. I didn't have my mic. Hi, One Mans. Welcome. How's everyone tonight? Hello, Hugh. Is today day 6, Hugh? You got your own cheerleading squad here. We are, I checked before I came on, I think we're 17 away from 1,000 subs. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you all very much. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Chris, welcome. So before we get going, I have a little tiny announcement. We're going to have a special guest this week. Not sure if it's going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, but it will be an earlier show because the special guest can't do our 9 o'clock slot, so it'll either be 6 or 7. I will know more tomorrow, hopefully, on that. So if you have any questions about the Adelsons in general or Donna, then please email them to me and I will make sure that those questions are highlighted. We're proud of you, Hugh. Day 6 and a longtime friend brought me oh no. Awesome. Glad to hear. Glad to hear that, Hugh. You got your own cheerleading squad, Hugh. So tonight we're going to finish off Charlie's testimony. Like I said last night, there's a tiny bit of rash bomb. A tiny bit. And then we get into the good stuff. Hi, Golden. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate the subscribe. Thank you. Welcome to the Coffee Crew, where it is a community where we just discuss. It's not just me talking, because I would get annoyed hearing my voice the whole time too. Okay, what do we got? Okay, let's jump in to the rest of Charlie. And I'm not sure if some people didn't hear, the trial date's been moved up to the 16th of September. I know there's going to be a hearing on the 12th. So I will be going live early for the trial. Anything to do with Donna's trial will be early. Hi, Lynn. Hi, Ann. Let's go. Let's get this show on the road. I know, right? It's insane. This trial, I think this trial is going to be more insane than than Charlie's. I can't even imagine where Rashbaum's going to try to go. I can't wait till that starts. It's going to be interesting. Yep. And remember, Coffee Crew, I am inviting some people into the live stream and of the Coffee Crew, and we'll all be able to discuss. Donna's facing Charlie should be interesting. Yes, Seashore, absolutely. Donna and the chance of all three of her kids testifying should be interesting. Yep, I agree. Donna's trying to get evidence thrown out, not allowed. She's trying to get the wiretap call thrown out. It's insane. Because you're the one that blabbed your mouth, couldn't stop talking. It's going to be so much fun having the Coffee Crew. We're all live. We're watching it. Okay, guys, I'm going to get this started. Yeah, this Donna trial will be the icing on Adelson's cake dilemma. And then as soon as Wendy's done testifying, she walks out that door and gets arrested. Cherry on top. A family affair for the Adelsons, absolutely. I don't think till the 12th. I think that's what the hearing golden's going to be, when we'll hear about Donna's motions. Hi, Janes. Adelson family reunions are held in courtrooms these days. Yep. Okay, guys, here we go. Buckle up because we're starting with Rashi.
Good morning, everyone. Can be seated. Okay.
Yep.
Just as a reminder, again, today, when the testimony is taking place, please do not make any motions or gesture in any way that would either relay that you're agreeing or disagreeing with what's being said. Also, do not distract the jurors from their task at hand. Please silence your devices. Do the parties have anything to raise this morning?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jurors. Yep, you can come up and take the stand again. But you remain under oath, sir.
Yeah. I'll be doing Sarah's after. Absolute. That's crazy. He's got some platforms in his shoes.
Jerry?
Charlie's the only man that can re-wear a suit over and over because it has no way of getting dirty.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
We are going to continue with the direct examination of Mr. Adelson. Mr. Rashbaum, when you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's golden.
On call number UU, which is on May 4th, 2016, around 11 minutes into the call, it's a call with you and your mom. You ask your mom if everything is okay. And she says she doesn't want to talk on the phone. And you ask her whether you should come down, and you agree to meet the next day. Do you remember that call?
Yeah, I do.
What did you think when that call happened? Did you think that there was another activity?
Yeah, for sure.
And in fact, excuse me, on that morning, your mom had received a text in the early morning which said, "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the number now, or I'm going after the 100K. The 100K that they're threatening to go after is what? Do you know what the 100K is?
The reward for the solving the murder of Dan Markel.
And you see that text. Did you go meet with your parents the next day on May 5th?
Yeah, I went down in the afternoon the next day.
And when you saw that text, did you take it as more threatening or less threatening than the prior activity by law enforcement?
Much more threatening.
And how were your parents when you saw them?
My mom was upset. I mean, she gets a message and call, text at 2:00 in the morning from some nut who may be a Latin King gang member, and maybe we're wrong, and it's not the police, and it is a Latin King gang member.
Now,
Sorry, guys. How many times does he have to say Latin King? Does he not realize that they have ways of reading the news and knowing what's going on in people's cases? Like, how many times does he got to say Latin King?
at this point in time, though, what was your firm belief?
I was fairly certain it was the police.
So you have this discussion with your parents, and I think it was outside by the pool, right?
Yeah.
Community pool.
Mhm.
Okay. And what do you and your parents decide?
I said it's more than likely the police, but it still could be some crazy guy who's not afraid. I mean, I'm very afraid of Sigfredo Garcia, so this person is obviously not afraid of him. So it's either, it could be a nut or it could be the police. I said, I want to hear him one more time to confirm that that is the police. So when I spoke to them, I said, can you please call this guy up and record the conversation so I can hear him again.
Okay. Now, you leave your parents' house and you go to a friend's business. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I went to my friend Adam's office.
Okay. And at some point in time, while at the business, there is a call, and I believe this is YY. Well, before YY, there's a call where you're talking with Catherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And you tell her that you're going to call her from a landline, correct?
Yes.
Now, first of all, why do you tell her you're going to call from a landline?
From the blinking?
Because I was just pulling into his parking garage and I was about to lose reception, get into the elevator, and I get bad reception in his office.
When you called her from the landline,
Yep.
Did you call her cell phone or did you call another landline?
No, I called her cell phone and I told her I was calling her from a landline because if she didn't recognize the number, she may not pick up. So I was telling her I'm going to call you back in a minute, and I'm going to call you from the office.
Did you tell her, I want to call you from a landline to another number?
No, I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just wanted to have good cell service.
Did you do star 67?
No. I just didn't want her to see the number and not pick up because she won't recognize it.
Now, on May 6th, after some calls back and forth.
Yeah, sorry. And it's costing them, I believe it's like $20,000 to transfer him back to Tallahassee and then back to Colorado. $20,000 to sit up there and go. Well, he won't go against his mom. We know that. But it's a lot of money. We are at 1.5 speed, or is Charlie a Smurf? Oh, no, we're at 1.25 just to get past Rash Bomb, and then I'll go to a normal speed. Actually, I'll just double check and make sure it's at 1.25. Oh. Yeah, it's at 1.25 just to get through Charlie and Rashbaum. Just learned about Star 67. Yeah, it's we have Star 67 in Canada too. He looks so sleep deprived. Yep. He knows after that whole gallery cleared out, he knows he's done. He knows he's done. It took me ever to find your channel. Hi, True Wifey. Welcome. Lots of crime and coffee channels, but I found you with the 1976. Glad to be here. So glad to have you. Send me an email. I've been trying to reach out to you. And we got... Yeah, it's U.S. money, but it's still costing U.S. taxpayers a lot. He better have something to say. I thought Charlie was in, I think South Dakota. Oh, maybe. Did I say? I might have spoke wrong. I apologize. Robert Picton recently taken out here in BC. Yes. It should have been sooner. That disgusting piece of human. Hi, Rabbit. Welcome. South Dakota. Okay, I'm sorry I cut it off, but I had to address Sky Troop. I just can't handle Rashbaum at regular speed. He's horrible. I'll start cursing and swearing. We don't all want that now, do we?
Fourth, your mom reaches the undercover, correct?
Yes, she does.
And we've heard that call with your mom, but what does she tell the undercover to do?
She says to him, go to the police and go get your reward. Call the police. If you know what happened, go tell them what happened and collect your reward.
Sorry, I have to welcome my new subs. B Rabbit, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the crew.
Now, you and your mom had known what had happened to some degree for 20 some odd months.
I found out a lot in 2016 before I went into the
You're
restaurant.
great, Miss Sky Troop.
Yeah, we knew a lot more than the police did.
Why didn't you go to the police and collect your reward?
I would have been killed. I didn't want to tell anybody.
Stay with Laurel.
So they would have come after my family.
Now, after your mom speaks to the undercover, she speaks with you, right? And that's States Exhibit CCC.
Yes.
Hi, Rochelle. Welcome.
And she says that she used a handpiece. You remember that?
Yeah, she,
What is the handpiece that she's referring to?
I'm assuming it was her cell phone, but I didn't know if it was her.
Sorry, I just had enough of Rashi. I'm willing to stop him anytime. Right? True crime, it's 20K. Like, do we think he's going to say something? I just don't see him saying anything against Donna. I really don't. Yeah, the pig farmer. The rabbits are in the house. Yet another site we confuse with multiple rabbits. I'm so happy you're here.
Cell phone, or she recorded it with an old-fashioned tape recorder, or how she did it.
And she says that there's a new app she loaded. What did you understand that to mean?
I guess you loaded an app on your telephone that allows you to record a conversation.
And she said, you asked her how long was the call, something to that effect. And she says that it was 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that was significant to you. Why was it significant to you that the call was 8 minutes?
Because it meant the guy who was threatening wanted to talk for a while. And I mean, when someone's extorting you, they want something, they're straight to the point. They tell you what they want and what they're going to do to you if you don't pay. And an 8-minute call, again, wasn't the way it was done today.
Now, during this
Charlie,
call,
can you tell me how?
there's words
How I
like
can get out
patient
of
used by
someone
mom.
extorting me?
models,
your-
dental models.
I heard your.
Why is she talking the way she's talking?
I'd lectured my mom on being really careful about what you say, and I don't want to talk about anything involving the extortion or anything that happened. So she went overboard with some things. I mean, she could have been more blunt, but I mean, this was just her overall just being super careful.
Is your mom scared?
Extremely
Thank
scared.
you, Lynn.
The next day, May 7th, do you meet with your parents?
Yes, they came to my house.
And what did you do with your parents when you met with them?
I went outside and my mom played the recording of the.
Pardon me, guys. I will promise we will get through this. I sent an email today. Hopefully, I sent it to Georgia requesting how I might go about getting cushions for the Markels, because I can't imagine sitting on those benches for that long of time and the discomfort they're already in, having to deal with these pieces of shit and listen to their BS that's coming out of their mouth. That if there's any way I can give a little to the Markels, I want to. So I did send an email to Georgia today, hoping to get a reply to see if it's even possible. Thank you, True Crime Wifey. Don't forget Daryl Brooks. Oh, yeah, Daryl Brooks. That is something else. I think Sarah Boone's going to be worse than Daryl. I honestly do. Mom went overboard. Yeah. Which layer of this extortion are we talking about here, Charlie? I don't even think he remembers which layer. Yeah, Wendy's dream team. If I did hit the like, you must. If you did hit the like, you must have quit. Hi, Al Astra. Okay. So I did, because I remember I mentioned this last night that it was an idea, but I did send an email today. So I'm just want to let you know I'm trying to follow up on that. Oh, she's just going to eat the attention up. Sarah will want everything repeated and will, yeah. If I may. Oh, I'd like to, if I may, her right in the lips. I'm telling you. There goes the filter. It's gone. Only 10 more subscribers. Oh, Rabbit, I'm so overwhelmed with it. Thank you all so very much. Sarah Boone thinks she's going to manipulate the system and get free. They don't even have to put on a case. All they got to do is play that video. Like, it's snitching Saren worse than Daryl. Yep. I'm happy to have you pause. I couldn't get through Charlie the first time. We did a live last night, True, and we did 7 hours, guys, just trying to get through Rash Bomb because we didn't want to do it again today. Oh my God. Sarah wouldn't be able to build a box for it though. No. She's not going to be able to. Everything she wants, she thinks she will get if she says please. Yep. Sarah will be insufferable. Way less entertaining than Daryl. Yeah, he was. I just couldn't. Daryl Brooks, I was hollering. I'm like, would you just shut up? I couldn't take him. Thumbs up, subscribe, everyone. This is a fantastic. Thank you so much, Seashore. I appreciate you all. You have no idea. I just made a martini, shaken, not stirred. Well, now he's teasing us, everyone. Daryl put on a show for sure. Absolutely. That judge, patience of a saint, let me tell you. Dangerous man. Yes, Daryl Brooks was a trip. Yep, he definitely was. Okay, break over. Let's go back.
Of the supposed Latin King gang member that was trying to extort my family for money.
And
Say it again,
After you heard
Charles.
the recording, what did you think and how did you feel?
Oh, I felt so much better. I mean, I wasn't happy that the police thought that we did a murder, but I was very happy to know that it wasn't the Latin Kings that were extorting my family again, and that nobody was going to get hurt, nobody was going to get killed. So I felt very relieved.
Now, DDD, which is a call on May 7th in the evening, is a call where you're talking about a CD and dropping the mic, and there's a lot of background noise in the back. First of all, where are you when this call is happening?
Okay, it was a Saturday. It was the Fort Lauderdale Air and Sea Show, and I was on a small boat with my friends, and they were blasting the radio, and I was drinking, and that's when I made the call or picked up the call.
And why are you talking the way you're talking on the boat? How many people are on that boat?
There was like 6 or 7 people standing around me, and I wasn't about to let anybody know what was going on in my life.
And again, why are you relieved?
I'm relieved that it's the police. Nobody's going to get killed. My mom's, for 2 weeks was afraid that someone was going to get hurt her, and then someone else in the family was going to pay. My dad wasn't going to work. He thought he was going to get killed in the parking lot. And then after hearing that call, that's not a worry of mine anymore.
I don't believe so, Hugh. And I know that they'll never be able to talk to each other again because they're co-conspirators. But could they use somebody else's call card, things like that? It's possible. I still can't believe Donna sat on Rashi's lap and had her picture taken to show everyone. Hi, June. Welcome. This is already at least 90 to 100% Charlie's killing. It's, you know what, listen, I'll say this right now. This is my opinion. People sometimes don't like it. That's fine. But you know what I would hope? There'd be a mix-up in the prison system. And somehow Sigfredo and Charlie end up in the same cell block. That's what I would hope for. Good evening, Anne. Relieved it was the police that didn't make him shut up. Right? And he even tells his mom, don't talk in the apartment. But it's okay to talk on the phone. Like, I just don't get it. I think it's fair to assume Charlie's bags under his eyes will be the size of suitcases when he testifies at Mummy's trial. No curls and hair gel either. No suit, no tie. No, and he shaved his head. Donna's going to cry that her little boy's curls are all gone. What do we got here? Through letters only, I think, or in Charlie's case, though, Rashi possible. I think there's talks through Rashbaum. Absolutely. I think they have to see. I'm Canadian, so here they would have to petition the court to have some form of contact with their family member. And because it's Canada and we're really, really weak on crime here, they probably would allow it. All right. Maybe the Adelsons could hire Sigfredo for a hit on Charlie. Donna and Charlie talking together could be good for prosecution. Yep. Well, and that's why she wants those calls out, right? She wants them out. B Rabbit, do you think he will have a neck tattoo? Big FU mustache? Oh, that would be great. Curls get girls. Well, not bright ones in his case. Neck tats and tear under the left eye. Hi, Cliff. Welcome. He's going to testify. He's on the state witness list. He'll testify. Donna is a lot tougher than she looks. She's the domestic coordinator. Yeah, I agree. Through Rashbaum. And it's all protected, right? Because he's Donna's lawyer. True Crime Project. I agree. She is crazy. Yep. She is crazy. Y'all are killing. I can't type fast enough. Rashi is representing Bo, so that's how they are communicating. But Charlie had to waive his representation. Sorry. Welcome, Barb. Charlie didn't like smart women. Young and controllable is what he liked. Absolutely. Donna will be cell block coordinator. Yep, she's gonna coordinate the dominoes. I'd like Lewis to have 5 minutes unsupervised. Oh yes, so would I, B Rabbit. I would buy tickets for that. All right, guys, I'll get back to it. Sorry.
Do you remember when you found out that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested?
Yes, I do.
How did you find that out?
I got a text message. Either a text or it was a text message I got.
And
Welcoming.
did you think that you were about to get arrested as well?
Did I fear I was going to get arrested?
Yes.
I didn't think I should get arrested, but I know that this was definitely the police that were doing this investigation, and I know why they were doing it is they thought that we were part of this murder.
Did you ever reach out to Catherine Magbanua after the arrest?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because my friend, who's a close friend of mine, an attorney, called me up on the phone, and he said, he said, do not call Katie and do not talk to anybody about this case or what's going on. And Katie never called me either.
With regards to Catherine Magbanua, when the arrest occurred of Catherine Magbanua, did you still think that she was not guilty?
Yes.
When did that opinion change, and when did you realize that she was actually the person behind the extortion?
It wasn't until 2019 when she went to trial, and she said that she never knew who Dan Markel was. She didn't say anything about what really happened. I found out then that she was cheating on me with Sigfredo Garcia, and she was sleeping with him at the same time she was with me. She was lying about that. And then I saw her bank account, and I was like, this girl's not broke. Like, I was getting played, and I saw all the money that was piling into her bank account.
The spork.
And did all the pieces then start to come together for you?
Yeah. I realized what happened.
Now, we've heard some testimony that after the bump and after the arrest, your personality changed.
For
Is
sure.
that testimony true?
Yes, it is.
Why did your personality change?
I mean, the police thought that I was part of a murder. They're releasing a probable cause affidavit saying that they want to arrest me for murder. I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I knew that there wouldn't be any evidence to show I had anything to do with the murder. But, you know, it's scary as hell to think that you're one signature away from losing your life.
Now, we've also heard some testimony that throughout the years, you would get upset when you would see or hear the news about this case.
Yes, very.
Why would you get upset?
Because they don't have any idea what really went on. And I couldn't say anything to anybody.
Charlie, I'm going to ask you again. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely not.
Were you a principal in first-degree murder?
Absolutely not.
Did you conspire in any way to murder him?
Absolutely not.
Did you solicit anyone to murder him?
Never.
One moment, Your Honor.
John?
Hugh, my goal tonight is not to be on mute once. That's my goal. We'll see, because we know it don't work. There's playing dumb and innocent not working, Charlie. No. I know that was funny. I think he thought her name was Dawn. Yeah. What on earth is going on in here? Hey, Bob, welcome back. When you are going to fess up to Katie being nothing more than a mark for you. Absolutely. And then talk about her cheating on him. Come on, buddy. Like, They all say absolutely when they lie. Absolutely. Mine is sometimes I have to type in the dark. Got lucky tonight. Husband is awake and light is on. Hi, at Bob from accounting. Just found this creator. I'm sneaking into your places. I welcome you so much, Rabbit. Thank you for being here. Okay, back to it. We'll never get through Rashi at this pace.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Okay. Yay. Hold on one guy second. We're going to go to normal speed for... Yay, Georgia.
Do a quick audio test since Mr. Rashbaum was hooked up, Your Honor, before we get going here.
That's an excellent idea.
That's a good possibility. And again, my opinion, but when he wanted her to go up to his parents' apartment, that's when I think something was shady. But again, that's me thinking out of the box, all that. I've always believed Charlie targeted Katie for this job. Yep. I agree too. I was watching Crime Lounge Bar. She was saying that Wendi may not want Harvey at Donna's trial because he might slip and say, I watched that today too, where she said that Harvey, honestly, I think Donna is going to see what it looked like. She knows what it looked like for Charlie having nobody there. I don't think Donna's going to want to be sitting there with nobody. The only reason I would say Harvey doesn't show up is because he's got to watch the boys. Georgia kicks the milk crate out of the way. Yep. I'm digging Dugan. She's a very pretty woman. It was the only reason he dated her. I'm sure of it, Deborah. Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. Old cereal commercial. Yep, I remember that. I'm old though. This is an epic cross. I love Georgia's snark. When she says, "Is it doctor?" That's when she could stop there. As far as I'm concerned, she could stop there. Because she made it so he kept standing on his friggin' pedestal that he's built for himself. His self-made pedestal. And when he said, yes, it's doctor, that's it. Rash went after, kept going on about how much money he had, all of this stuff. He just wouldn't humanize and humble his client. So George is like, okay, you don't want to be humbled? I'll keep you on that self-made pedestal. Here you go, doctor. It's horrible. Mary, good point. Did I miss somebody's point? The chat is moving very fast. Everyone on fire tonight. Rochelle's making the Kool-Aid and we are drinking it. I wish I could make Rashi drink the Kool-Aid. I agree. It would have only taken one boat ride out into the Atlantic Ocean. Just, the whole family. Give them some cement shoes. Okay. Wendi should wear that dress from Katie's 2 trials. Who was it? I think it was Barb or Deborah had said that she wore the dress for Charlie's backwards or something like that. I have to look. Okay, back to it because George is up. You got that right, Miss Sky. I swear it's coffee in the cup, guys. I actually wonder if Donna's going to wear the dress that she bought, that was bought for the bar mitzvah. I'd like to sit down with Rashi and get him talking. I'd make a couple of my martinis. Oh, I'd want you to record that, Hugh. Will Wendi be next? I believe so. My opinion and my hopes is the minute she gets off that stand and walks out that door, Sanford is waiting for her with a pair of shiny bracelets. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Harvey's going to bring the clothes Donna's wearing. Yeah. I thought Georgia did awesome. Large channels said negative things about her cross. Georgia read the room, and the jury was sick of listening to him. Absolutely true, Crime Wifey. Absolutely. Like I said, by lunchtime, he cleared the gallery. He even cleared Ruth out. Like, look around. If you can't keep the attention of the gallery, what are you doing to the juror? Like, what an idiot. Like, let's just call him what he is an idiot. They're all meeting in Tallahassee, the place they hate most. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wendi could wear the bar mitzvah red number and to address the inappropriate cleavage exposure, the owl t-shirt underneath. Yep. Can you imagine she wore that to her son's bar mitzvah? Oh, my Lord. Georgia and Sarah Dugan, they don't have problems with the computers, nothing. It just runs so smoothly. I'd love to shake Georgia's hand. She did an amazing job. And you're right, the some of the channels were saying, oh, he's got her here. She should have been a little more. I think she was absolutely dead on with him. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think she was spot on with him. She let him be the arrogant one. She let him show his true colors.
Okay.
Mr. Adelson, is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor. Your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day, the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
You have a thorough explanation. Kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magbanua.
You weren't. Okay,
That's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay,
And
and
that's 2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Good
Okay.
idea.
Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. We've got that right. The time of the
In
extortion.
2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
that I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial.
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail awaiting trial. Yes.
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened. Yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay.
That just makes him sound so freaking stupid. You have a friend or a protector that's innocent. You don't say nothing? He just sounds so effing stupid. Sorry, the filter's gone. It's gone.
So you strike that.
Hey, Dad.
On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone
No
calls.
texts?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe. Yes.
Hey, Lindsay. Oh, please, Leon County, put him in black and white stripes. We beg of you. Do it for YouTube. Oh, I'm just going to catch up on some of this. This may be the single greatest cross on YouTube. Yep. She rocks. She is the boss. She owns him from the first second. She owns him. Katie takes a hit, then lowers the bottle. Girl maneuver. Yep. Georgia is so good. Oh, Lindsay, she's amazing. This whole thing is crazy. Yep. Could you imagine a combo of Georgia and Camilla from Johnny Depp? Could you imagine that combo? If you were a defendant, you'd run. You'd just done. Put it all down. There's no hope for you. Becky Ireland, good to see you again. Yes, it is. Georgia is so calm and collected. Yep. And honestly, she owns him before the doctor comment. She owns him when she says, just going to take a minute and make sure all electronics. She made him sweat it out. I agree. Great cross. Wendi was. Yep. Georgia is the best. Absolutely. Note to self, paying for a hit was stapled or marked money can and will become evidence in a trial. Like, they went through the process of washing the money. And we know it's true because Katie didn't say anything really that was true, but who would think of that? It's not something you would think of. So it obviously was true. They went through the whole process of washing that money and left and kept the staples. It's ridiculous. Georgia and Camilla dream team. Can you imagine? Hey, Kristen, welcome. Molded, stapled money. It's no wonder it didn't have rust around the staples. If you got it from Katie, you got it from me. Exactly. And that could be anything. STD, could be anything. Sorry, I'm going off the rails tonight, people. I'm going off the rails. It's fantastic watching Charlie being beaten by Georgia. Yeah, I love her. I just would love to tell her that in person. excuse me, it's common to spoon with the person extorting you. 1/3 of a million. How else do you grow closer? Hey, Jibs, welcome. It's Camille, not Camilla. I do apologize. Said it wrong. What about? Hey, Captain, welcome. I cannot speak. It was a 7-hour-long live last night. The prosecutor in the Ahmad Aubrey case was good too. Yep. Hi, X. Welcome back. Okay, Rochelle, I can't wait for Jordan to ask Donna why her money was moldy. I can't wait. Okay, I'll get back to it. I can't keep up with the chat tonight, guys.
The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right, so Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now.
Yep.
Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Right.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Because I was being extorted for $1/3 of $1 million.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did. And there's a big difference between the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific. Please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before, and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money?
Deborah, and the 3,000, this is what makes this so effing mind-blowing. The 3,000 a month wasn't even going to the principal. It wasn't even like, he's like a loan shark. Like, come on. 138,000. He still owed money on that, but I'll pay the 3,000 a month, never pay off the rest. But the 3,000's not going towards the principal. Like, these people, like, oh my God, they think we're all stupid. Like, it's just, oh, thank you, Rabbit. I don't even know where we are on the subscriber count. Murder on layaway, yeah. And never pay off the principle of it. Come on. Every time he takes the bait and becomes belligerent, the jury sees a mean and spiteful creep. Yep. She's playing, like everybody said, oh, he owned her. He did this. He did that. She didn't win this round. I believe she did. She showed his true colors. Right, Bob? It's like a Wells Fargo credit card. It's just ridiculous. Friend, you literally need 4 more subs to break 1,000. Oh my God, X. That's so exciting. Hugh Hefner, Farrah Fawcett. Latin kings with these predatory payday layaway plans. It's the modern day Latin kings. Let's just get it right. Oh, I cannot stop laughing at this stupidity. he had to cut the ties with Katie and never finish paying off, right? He had to cut the ties. He paid the $3,000 that I just, oh, $9.94. It's so exciting. Thank you, Lindsay. I so appreciate it. Thank you. I owe one like still, but spell check is effing with me. I see 996 subscribers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so very much. An old Lexus, 3K a month, and one boob. Oh, what was she going to do? If he only paid for half and she didn't have the other half, she going to walk around lopsided? Like, come on, people. Oh, hi, Margaret. Welcome. Oh, Latin Kings. Yep. It's just, and he says it so many times. George is far more passionate about this. Yep, than Charlie is. Absolutely. Hi, Lou. Welcome back. Oh, wow. $9.96. I'm so excited, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm so excited. It's Kmart at Christmas layaway plan. Oh, who in the hell pays blackmail on a layaway plan? No wonder he had to be given the dental degree. Exactly, Becky. Like, I met Farrah Fawcett. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. We'll get back to it. Sorry. I just couldn't help it. Like this. Did I seriously? Is that true? Is that true, everyone? I'm sorry. I just got to check. Okay, I see two people saying two different things. I just got to check. Oh, it's $9.99. Okay. One away. And I tell you, I owe it to the coffee crew. You guys are everything. Everything. You make it fun to do this. We're not a regular channel. I don't block people. I don't do any of that. Everybody's opinion is everybody's. We accept it and we discuss it, and we're just a channel that has no filter, really, to be honest. Thank you, Deborah. Oh, I am so excited, guys. I'm sorry. Young Black Economist, good to see you again. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Young. I didn't see you come in. Let me get... Welcome back, Young. Yeah, I did well last night, though, James. I did well. I'm excited to see you make 1,000. I saw you on Fancy and Patty's channel. I love both those ladies. I do. Fancy is hands down the OG, and she deserves so much respect for what she has done and what she still is doing. I love Fancy Fiction. I love Patty because she's a little like me. She says what she thinks. So I like that. Did we seriously just hit 1,000? I can't, guys. I can't even explain what that. I'm trying to pull it up on my phone so I can wow. Thank you all so much. Okay, let's get back to this because I'm going to start becoming that sappy old woman that did the 100 thank you posts. Thank you all so, so very much. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Is that the way it's done, Doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me. And I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $1/3
You need to pay $1/3
You need to pay $1/3 Why not $1 million?
That's perfect.
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $1/3 And when she asked me,
Thank you
do
guys.
you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $1/3 from.
But the
idea.
offer that she bragged about was
Hey, dog, welcome.
$1 million offer. Isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay. Was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $1/3
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all.
Sorry, guys, we're going to have to change the thumbnail and call this the $1,000 stream or the 1,000 subscriber stream where Georgia kicks Charlie's ass.
Going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing for Wendy's third?
No, I was
I
sitting
know,
here.
right?
I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $1/3
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $1/3 Yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanoa, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the
Thank you,
extortion with the Latin kings.
Okay. Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night.
Okay.
So
You were
that night happened in
exactly.
2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece. She's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe sitting here in 2023
Yes.
that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah,
Okay.
sitting here today, we can. Sure.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist.
You're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, ask me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014. And I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone. She walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right. And then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendi, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right. But you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym the next
I
morning?
absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym,
I said I was, yeah.
but didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McVanoa on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, I'm trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely. That's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
All right. So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
I failed. I'm muted. I failed. I'll go back. Anyway, so I was saying about to rabbits. I was saying that to me it just seems like he's just a talking head for Charlie. Like, that's it. All the stuff coming out of Rashbaum's mouth was Charlie's BS. Like, I can't even imagine what it's going to be in Donna's trial.
And there's
That
nothing
wasn't.
on the
I failed.
wire. All those hours of you talking. There is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion,
Darn Mike.
because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually, I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that into my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So
At
it's relevant.
Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony.
There is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone every time when you were talking on the phone for
No,
hundreds of hours on this
no.
wire.
There's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. And you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy at that point. I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine McVanowa and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up when I
But
confronted
if
her.
this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't
Right.
we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. I always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that conversation in the car had been recorded?
And they also said in those jail calls how Tallahassee was just a hick town, this and that. Now she's got to face the jurors of Tallahassee. Like, my goodness. Early on, somebody's going to have to play defense. It might as well be me. Will I get paid? Yep. Like he's patting his pockets. Hi, Rose. Welcome. Absorbed story I've ever heard. He must have been around really stupid people in his life. Yep. Called the Adelson family. Rashi is a white collar federal finance. Like, that's true. That's what I've been saying. I'm like, I bet you there's more to their connection than we know. Like, he obviously didn't teach him money laundering properly. Thank you, Clarissa. Welcome. Let's just see here. Like, Charlie must not have been listening when Rivera testified that wanted to just go rob the dentist. Yep. I wish they would have, honestly. I really do. Is it really a hick town or a college town opposite? Well, it's the capital, right? Like, these people. I don't think Donna stopped breastfeeding Charlie. No, I don't. I agree 100%. The car conversation was 2016. Opened up about everything, but later he didn't figure it all out until 2019 or later. Right, Margaret? Exactly. Welcome, Margaret. Gerard, welcome. Let's go. Sorry, the chat's moving very fast, guys. Rashi being hired speaks to the divorce motion where Wendi was going to have to show more financial docs. Harvey, Donna, and Wendi had joint accounts. He was killed for more than just the... Absolutely. I say the relocation was an issue. I say it all came down to the money, the stolen money, Holocaust ring, and the grandma motion. That's what I think it came down to. Hi, Rochelle, everybody. There it is, 1,000. Thanks, Steph. Welcome back. Yeah, I know you. I'm trying to keep up myself. I'm sorry I keep stopping, but I always like to have the conversation too. Tallahassee citizens most educated in Florida. It's the capital. Yep. Like, that's why the Adelsons didn't fit in. It appears things just keep evolving. If it wasn't for Arashi, maybe Danny would not be getting justice. He's doing a great job at losing. I think they would have lost with any lawyer. I truly do. I see new people tonight. Welcome, everybody. Rochelle is the real deal. That's why she's growing quickly. Thank you so much, Hugh. We just speak here and we review this stuff. We watch it, but we do stop and we do discuss. I think they killed him because he had the gall to stand up to them. Yep. Thank you for your sub. Greatly appreciated. Charlie was losing dental office income when Harvey went to tele so often too. Charlie personally was, yep. So I went on Yelp and I went back for the Adelson Institute. These people, there was people complaining about injuries and everything. It's insane. I thought Tallahassee was a nice town when I was there. Yep, it's these people, I tell you. I would give Rashi too much credit, though. No, I wouldn't. I don't give him any credit. Really, who's more intelligent, Tallahassee or the Adelsons? Hands down, Tallahassee. Super nice chat community. You've gathered great comments. Thanks, Rabbit. Thank you so much. I have big ear protectors to shut out the sound of the sonic boom. Yeah. No, folks in Tallahassee call it tally. Yep. I believe they call it tally. Yes, Harvey broke someone's jaw. Like, these people. Another motivation was Wendy's jealousy and insecurities about Amy Adler. Yes. She knows Amy is so far more accomplished. Absolutely. And so when they talk about the drive, like where she says she used to drive by the house all the time to get over her divorce, give me a break. I think she was driving by to spy on Dan, and maybe it was the times that Amy was in town. I'm just saying. Jury of his peers were actually the jury. People are regular folks, normal and highly educated. Exactly. And he would not allow himself to come off that pedestal he's built. And Georgia said, I'll let you stay on it. Wendi unmade, bad compared. Yep. I feel bad for Amy. I feel bad for Robert. I feel bad for all the people that have been in this orbit of the Adelsons. Okay, sorry, guys. What was Wendi going to do if the police weren't at his house? Just go. I 100% believe so. That is my opinion. I believe, in my opinion, she wanted to be the one to find him, to see her handiwork, to stand over him and watch him take his last breath. She is evil, nasty, disgusting Turnpike Wendi. And I give her the nickname Turnpike because the Turnpike has a lot of traffic, and I believe Wendi Adelson has had a lot of traffic. Amy Adler was so much more accomplished, plus earned all the trappings of wealth all on her own. Yep. Absolutely. Smarter than her, everything. It's like people saying Cali for California. Yep. Oh, you never said that growing up? It was her latex husband. That is just, That is the most disgusting thing out of her mouth. Whose idea was the first to do crime? Donna or Charlie or Wendi? Or we do not know for sure. I believe it's Wendi. And Charlie said it in when Rashbaum was crossing her. He said it would funnel from Wendi. Wendi would complain to his mom. And then his mom would complain to him. He said it. I feel bad for Jeff. Yep, absolutely. I think when Dan left the private firm and went into yep. And Ruth says it too in her book, right? True? Ruth says it. Donna was mad about that. Yeah, all Wendi. Guaranteed. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to keep up with the chat here. I think Wendi just whined so loudly that his family had to commit. Yeah. She played them like a fool, and then she threw them all under the bus. Well, Miss Turnpike, guess what? Sanford's coming for you. He's got your number. I believe it's Harvey. He says no one F's with my kids. No, he did say that. True. What we would said, and when I was growing up, was that she was a porcupine. Oh, we say that here. I used to call one of my teachers a porcupine. Just saying. I didn't have a filter back then either. Okay, I'm going to get back to it. Sorry, guys.
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory?
Yeah.
That you're talking about the
if I
prior
think about it,
extortion.
Then you'd know exactly what happened
She
back
didn't
then.
have her son
But
pass.
unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, and then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom and I would say it's not the same person. Like that was in reference to what happened to me, and she knew that.
What call do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call?
Okay, you want to know?
It was Tuesday, the 26th. And I said it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26th, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end. And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person.
Sorry, I just want to answer Sophia's thing. T is the nickname for Sigfredo Garcia, the garbage that shot Dan Markel. I just wanted to answer that because make sure she knew.
So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago. And has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct?
All right. So I want to go back to Wendi. Wendi is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back. Yeah.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't. She wasn't planning it wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed, that's Dan Markel, than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendi, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markel in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop him.
Okay. Where did Wendi and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute in your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system? Yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So like wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct.
Right.
I'm referring to this particular update that was done post homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post murder. Do you agree with that?
I know there was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened,
Take a break, Chuckles, for a minute. Take a break. You're exactly right, Rabbit. He got them for the office. Why? You're never there. Maybe he got them so his dad would know what the cops were coming and could hightail it out of there. That's my opinion. We got some really good comments in here tonight. Wendi needed a live-in babysitter. Absolutely. Harvey signed a lease. Exactly. $13,000 a month. Like, all this is going to come out. It's got to come out in Donna's trial. It's going to be exciting. Like the financials, everything. They're going down. Going down. Jane, that's probably true, friend. Sorry, I didn't see it. Wendy's like a cat on the haunted roof. Yep. Like, true crime wifey. Is it? I've read that the Adelsons have family in Austin, but I don't want to 100% say it's true. It's all public record. Thank you, Sunshine Laws. Yep. I'm trying to get a FOIA, but I'm not sure how to go about it because I want to get one. I suggest that Wendi would be good candidate to be the best friends of Meghan Markle, like peas in a pod. I agree 100%, but boy, did I have someone go at me in a rewatch chat because I said the exact same thing. They're all going down. Absolutely, dog mom. Absolutely. Yep, the bike is usually stored next to the hoe in the shed. Yep.
That week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house.
Yep.
And I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
That's what I thought, but I didn't. I try not to say something because if I don't 100% know, I guess the boys would stay with them while she comes to Tallahassee. My opinion on this is she brings the boys close enough. That's my opinion, because she's going to be thinking, is it my turn? And that maybe Georgia and Sanford wouldn't come at her right at that moment because the boys are around. Know that you're 1,000 strong. You can say whatever you want. Thank you, Rabbit. Because honestly, this woman, like, I understand the death penalties in Florida. I understand all that. And I am not a death penalty person. Obviously, I'm in Canada. And I understand that Dan was against it. So for him, I get it. But if there is one person in my mind that deserves it, it's Wendi effing Adelson. Let me tell you, because, oh God, she's just disgusting. Just effing right disgusting. I'm sorry. Wow, I'm so far behind the chat. Yes, Wendi is going to try to use her kids so Georgia won't arrest her in front of the kids. That's 100% Hugh. That's my opinion. Pardon me, guys. I believe those kids come somewhat near Tallahassee. We've heard so much about you. About me? Oh boy. Wendi is the worst of all of them. Absolutely, Hugh. I don't put it past her using those two boys. I do not. Oh, you in Canada, I guess, right when I heard you say out. I knew. I am Canadian. I'm from Ontario. I am like 2.5 hours from the Markel family. I'll have to catch the replay from Australia. Thank you, Carol. Hey, DJ, welcome back. Wendi effing Adelson. Yep. Wendi has caused so much grief and despair. Absolutely, Deborah. Wendi can try that, but that's not going to work. The kids will not stop the inevitable. No, they won't, but she also knows that they waited to charge Charlie so the Markels could see the boys. I think the opposite. When you flee right after she testifies, if she can swing it, just my opinion. No, I agree. That's why I say the minute she testifies and gets off that stand, Sanford's got to be outside that door ready to arrest her, or she will try to flee. You know, she's got that Moneybags boyfriend now, right? Maybe we should hold a seance and try to ask Dan if his position on death penalty has changed, or a Ouija board, maybe. I agree. Those boys are Markel. She is raising 2 Dans. Her day will come. Yep. And I say it again, and I say it in every live. Those 2 boys have got a mountain to climb, but I guarantee they're going to climb it, and I absolutely believe their daddy's going to be walking beside them while they're climbing it. Wendi will flee without the boys. Isn't that effing sad? That is just, Paternity waiting for Hurricane Wendi to hit the stand. Yep. Seance. And our buddies. Yep. I recall the boys have been, that 100%. It's a long, hard mountain they've got to climb. I heard that Wendi had the boys to go with cousins. They need to go to the Markels. They're going to be old enough to, she can't brainwash them forever. She can't control them forever. Do you think she's had Wendi visits her on phone calls? As far as I've seen, there's no Wendi calls on the phone calls. No visits, no nothing from Wendi. These boys are going to know it all. Mom had dad killed and grandma and Uncle Charlie hired. Yep. And that's why channels like ours, and I know even my channel, I dog Wendi, I go at her, I say exactly what's on my mind. But in every one of these streams, I always say, those boys are going to make it. Those boys are going to have the power of their dad behind them, the spirit of their dad walking beside them every second of every minute. Those teens need to live in the Alps for a few years after this. Yeah, you're right. From accounting, the boys have been brainwashed, but with media, I think they know what's up. They are highly intelligent children. They've got to be like, I send all the good vibes and intention to those two boys. And you all know, I don't say their names on here. We all know their names. It's my position not to say the boys' names on here. All are guilty of the same crimes. Yep, absolutely. Prayers, yep. Or in Canada. So not until State's Attorney Willie Maggs retired could the investigation be reopened. Willie Maggs is a corrupt politician. Absolutely. 100%. I was in a situation where I had the choice to meet my bio dad or not. I was old enough to decide for myself, and that did present itself to me. Tough subject for me all these years later. I understand you, Hugh, 100% on that one. I feel terrible for the Markel boys. Yep. Charlie's son, too. He didn't choose Charlie to be his dad. His dad knew he was an effing murderer. And he still goes out and gets a woman pregnant. Because I just wanted to be a dad. I just wanted to be a dad. Oh, shut that up. I pray for all children nightly, especially the Markel boys. Yep. And Katie's kids. This woman had an opportunity to be out there with her kids. What a stupid. I caught myself with the filter. The woman that does the grisly crime lives there. Hi, dog. Welcome. I still think Wendi is protected. AJ has friends in high places. I just don't see with all of this, those high places friends hanging on tightly. I just don't see it. Their money's dwindling. It's got to be. I did. I almost said it. Oh. I stopped myself. Okay, I'm going to go back to Georgia before I get myself in trouble.
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed, and
I wish it
carried
went
a gun
off.
on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because...
Sorry, I got to answer this for DJ. They gave her a get out of free jail card, DJ. They told her if she'd testify and if she'd flip on Charlie, she could walk out of jail and she would never be charged. And she turned it down. She says she turned it down because Sigfredo was facing the death penalty. He actually wanted her to flip.
For a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out,
Yep,
and it's
it is.
uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money.
Yes.
All right. And the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the 333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right. So you never
Mhm.
came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed.
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right. Then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
When did you break up?
Within a week, I met her. We went out to dinner. We went out to eat, and I just said, "This has got to end."
All right.
Yeah,
So
we
you
were-
broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her, that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her, and I said, "Listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared." She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me, and she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've
July.
testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her, because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magbanua a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated for sure,
Talk on the phone
and texted. Yeah.
and meet up?
Lewis, are you talking about Georgia? Because she is very pretty.
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books, because none of this money was going to her, and she needed to get health insurance for her kids.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, "Yeah, I'll do it and help you out."
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that, I mean, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay. When
And
was
that
that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we'd broken up.
Okay. Well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about, because July, when they count the months, July, August, September, October. So, okay, so 4 months. I mean, it's
Okay.
been
And there's
10
another
years.
one on October.
Absolutely rabbit and true crime. Absolutely. I 100% believe, in my opinion, there's going to be a money trail from the Adelsons to Katie's children. 100%. I believe there is. It makes no sense for people to be offered deals and not take it.
October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay. Well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been
Could
10
it have been
years.
2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Jordan.
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, "I don't need help. I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone again. Erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me." Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Filter's gone. Those ears are going to come in handy in jail, prison. They're something to hold on to. Just saying.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
Yep.
On
In
9/11,
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 19.
I'm not trying to say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/14 or 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On
Probably borrowed some
10/6
money.
of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14, thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
Absolutely.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say, I love you to her.
Love
Remember that?
Georgia.
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and
None.
make her happy. And I felt like she got dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger.
Oh.
You know, initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him,
But you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So wouldn't you?
I can't wait for him to be on the stand again. Because Georgia had to play this properly, right? She needed to get him all of this. He comes on this stand and he's in a jail uniform and cuffs and shackles. Oh, she's going at him. You know she is. All gloves off. Charlie's always right because he's never wrong. Yep. And I was up here somewhere. Oh. Rabbit, I just am so grateful I wasn't taking a sip of my coffee because I would have choked on my coffee. Sex talk with Charlie. I'll take a root canal. Thank you. Yep. Charlie is the biggest narcissist. Absolutely. I know, right? Charlie really couldn't think his story made any sense. He did. Relationship got stronger after she extorted him for $333. You know, geez, come on. He's been lying since he learned how to talk. Yep. Okay, sorry guys. I just had to point that out. I was so glad I wasn't drinking coffee at that moment.
You want to distance yourself from this woman who, I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
I mean, we spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't considering
I mean,
that.
you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine McBanois.
I wasn't having marriage plans.
Coffee is a good thing.
And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it as she's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit
Is
from
she
somebody.
the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person. Yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth.
And
Right?
I looked at that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted.
Depends where in Manitoba. It's about from where I am, 10-hour drive. Not that far. I've drove it many a times. I don't mind driving though, so.
Thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her. Did you
I
have
had
any
zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers.
Absolutely
10
not.
hours.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers.
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case.
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned.
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
Hi, Tattles.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get
Yes.
lunch with her. She's the best. And you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again, you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
Exactly true.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
Mhm.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now. Okay.
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me.
Oh,
Like, what I knew in
I don't know how Georgia didn't go up and smack him right across the face. If you're going to quote me, date me. Sorry, I had to stop it because that line sets me off every time. Like his arrogance just oozes out of him with that.
2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay. Yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of
I have friends in North Carolina that moved down from Canada. They live in Hilton Head.
those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration, that she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still going to be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
All right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts, where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the
I wasn't
extortionist
worried.
and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Oh, I'm sitting here telling you the truth. No, you're not. I don't know how many times I would. Oh, yes. Sorry, True Wife. It is in South Carolina. Sorry, mixed up. How many times do you ever wish that it was three-dimensional TV where you could just reach in and just smack him right across the head? I would do it. I would do it many of times, to be honest. Violence is not the answer, but I would do it. Hi, pins and needles. Yes, it is
Most
South
people
Carolina.
don't send
I
kissy
spoke wrong.
faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Ms. Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
No,
over
wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
I'm kind of stunned. Sky, he's not innocent. I'm sorry, but that piece of garbage is not innocent. And I know that's your opinion and my opinion, but I'm telling you my opinion. He's a piece of garbage. He's not innocent. Wendy's not innocent. Harvey's not innocent. Donna's not innocent. Luis wasn't innocent. Sigfredo isn't innocent. Katie's not innocent.
And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Hi, Marcus.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase?
The Latin Kings had nothing to do with it. Luis is a Latin King, yes. The Latin Kings had nothing. People, even Luis, the Latin Kings had nothing to do with this. This was a hit that Sigfredo was hired for, and he took his buddy along with him. Like, it's just people putting this out there. The Latin Kings had nothing to do with it. It was Wendi, Harvey, Donna, Charlie. They got Katie to be the voice between them and Sigfredo. Luis just would have robbed these people. It had nothing to do with the Latin Kings. Let's get that out there right now.
The payments or come for more money.
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the
Because
money.
half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think
I'm
she
not
was
looking.
sharing.
Sky, no, you're more than welcome. We all have opinions. This is a place where we can discuss, but we don't discuss rumors or untruths. Latin Kings had nothing to do with it. You leave that out, that's greatly understandable. If you're Wendi Adelson, if you're any of her flying monkeys, if you're Daniel Rashbaum, let's discuss.
Sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, that's your point. She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how
It's
I
not a
saw
lot
it.
of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Exactly true.
Tell
I
me
hope
about
it is
Dan
Wendi or
Markel a little
Daniel.
bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, you know, a nice enough guy, typical Wendi
Everybody's
boyfriend, but
welcome.
not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I mean, I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy.
Mhm.
Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you.
I'm nobody. You're still judging them. I'm judging them on the truth, their own words. And Sky, like I said, everybody's welcome. But you came out with untruths. Latin Kings had nothing to do with this whatsoever. And because of Charlie's big mouth, even though Luis Rivera is guilty as sin, his life is numbered. He's marked from the Latin Kings because Charlie calling out the Latin Kings. He was not sanctioned to do this job with Latin Kings. And that is an untruth, and I will call out an untruth. Plain and simple.
You want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom? I mean, we hear them a lot, right?
But
Okay, this is the last time I'm answering any Latin King thing. They do have an oath. 100%. Lewis has told us all on the stand. 100%. And there was a Latin King member, I can't remember his name, but he was on STS. It's all been explained to us. I am saying, and I'm going to say it right now, last bit of Latin King talk. They were not involved. That's it.
my sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
And you're right, Rabbit. I'll listen, but I won't listen to the Latin King stuff anymore. It's useless. It's not even any truths. You want to come and say to me how you think Charlie was not guilty or whatever. Let's have that conversation. But bringing the Latin Kings into it all the time, it just makes no sense anymore. I'm just done with the Latin King stuff.
Lessons.
That
Yes.
was the same day. I mean, that was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back. But yes,
Doing their bedtime routine,
helping my sister out for sure.
reading
He is a
stories,
gangster.
brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to
And
piano,
he's
story
guilty.
time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do. You're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things,
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
yeah. Little dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that, you know, your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendi the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendi than you? Let's
I don't
do
really get.
before this case.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, I mean, she's
Yep.
she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, and bad mouthing her. But I think any parent would get upset.
But also,
Absolutely, Rabbit. 100%. When we're watching the Adelsons go down one by one, the LKs are not our concern. When the Adelsons get thrown in the brink, well, the LKs are their problem. Exactly. Well said. Thank you, Rabbit.
she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about the time around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem.
He
with
was
him.
being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendi, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
Comfort
No.
break, guys.
Like convincing you to get Wendi to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do. And I was like, hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. And she's like, well, I don't have that skill. And I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendi, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendi better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendi? Did you get information from Wendi and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree and Bree worked for Dave. So I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree. So I kind of had an inside, I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his, after she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24 and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendi. Wendi and Donna. So Wendi, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please?
We're all pretty sure Wendi gave the information. It's the only way they would know. She wore a thong to her bar mitzvah. Luis Rivera turned out smarter than the rest. He got best deal. Yep. I don't have any tattoos except for the ink dots to guide the radiation beams. Oh. Wendi, tight-lipped. Have you seen her? Yeah. Here we go. Ordered non-kosher food for the wedding. Yep. From the beginning, this family had it out for Dan. From the beginning. Charlie's testifies are ridiculous. Yep. She absolutely does. We agree there, Sky. Absolutely. She speaks a lot of untruths. So Charlie randomly met Bree. Or did he meet the nanny when at Dave's when Wendi was there? Oh, it's just a coincidence. Charlie met and dated Dave's nanny. Yeah. Well, remember that phone call that he had with Bree? It was disgusting.
Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's.
Wendi took a shower. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, would you?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going? On this way, just stop off at there and fast. Anyway, so I just looked at David now.
Oh, did you?
So I just called him an old fart. And everybody knew that she's a few months older than me.
Uh-huh.
But so I asked him for his birthday. It turns out Wendy's making him a little party.
Exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she needs to do
Uh-huh.
is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
Just
know.
be happy,
Yeah,
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for this Miami fellows thing that she got. And that she was going to stay here tonight because it starts early,
True.
first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
So,
yeah, he sounded good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember yesterday Saints, you were telling a story about
Mhm.
Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been just pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Mhm.
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to
don't
her. Do you
know.
remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
Now
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the
the
whole case
TV.
together with the word roughed up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the whole case together,
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
but that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual, I mean, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore a necklace off of her neck. Yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine Magbanua about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendi was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
that was made up, and he put it in court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay.
Because he's underestimating those 3 and 4-year-olds. They're Dan Markel's boys. They're brilliant. They're intelligent. I'm not saying Roman's not going to be intelligent. I'm just saying there's a difference between you and your brain and Dan Markel's brain. 3 and 4 Dan Markel children are brilliant.
Have you been a good brother to Wendi?
I always try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he? In that grandma motion, you know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Is it your
later.
mom? I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
But
But-
is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
Mm-hmm.
To a certain extent. I mean,
Aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
yeah, those are my words, but you can't, honest, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
So
me
I
too.
don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendi testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs and how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendi?
No,
Does Wendi appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
you got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. If I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask.
That's a good question, Rabbit. When did Donna know LK were extorting money? Didn't Charlie say he didn't know it was LK until the Dolce Vita day years later? Yeah, he said he didn't know that until him and Katie had that conversation in the car that wasn't recorded. That's when he first said he found out about it. He can't even keep his story straight at all. I drink wine when listening to Charlie. Coffee just won't cut it. You guys are killing me here. You're killing me, honestly. Oh, Charlie, stop lying. Absolutely. A bologna sandwich is fine with me. And Phil, Dan's dad, is also a stellar human being too. Absolutely. That whole family. Like, Shelly's sitting there the whole time. You know, Ruth, Phil, like, I adore that family so much. Georgia's taking it easy. Remember, she can't bring out things about Wendi. Lots more on Wendi when we don't know about. Absolutely. She's making sure she doesn't lose anything against Wendi. She only asked Wendi questions that she already knows the answers to. You see her back off when it might get past that point. She stops and moves on right quick. I agree with you, Sky. His lawyer does suck. And Donna is a fool. There's a lot in that interview that indicates deception and isn't congruent with an innocent person or victim. Yep. I have to drink a wine cooler and gummies for listening to these losers. The Markels are amazing. Hands down, amazing people. Georgia missed that, saying Donna was upset that LK was who was extorting. But also after the bump, they realized it was law enforcement. Pot belly pigs, yep, they did call it. Georgia missed that opportunity there. And that's why I say, Rabbit, I bet you she unleashes on him in Donna's trial. I bet you. I can't wait. We're going to need our popcorn for that. Georgia had to watch her every word. It has to be hard. Yep. He can't keep his story straight because he's making up on the fly. Gotta fill in the holes. Yep. And where in Ontario, Vamp, are you from? Charlie sprinkling sugar on crap and calling it candy. Yep. Make your own coffee creamer with half and half. Eagle brand sweetened condensed milk and a dash of vanilla. It does sound good. The Markels are human being goals and family goals. Yep. 100%. I'm glad there's so many sharp minds out there to catch these details. Exactly, Tattles, right? And I guarantee, I feel it in my bones that George is going. She's letting loose on him. If you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory. Exactly. Oh, I'm planning on catering watching Donna's trial with mimosas. We're having, I actually am inviting some of the chat into the live stream. And we're going to have it's going to be the Donna trial watch party. Like, we're just going to do it. Let's watch her go down. Georgia's holding back. She will get them all eventually. Yep. Oh, that's right. You've told me that. My son lives in Ottawa. Wendi knows she's going to get arrested, just not when. And she's going to throw everybody under the bus. Yep. But I believe that's why she's the last to go. That's why I believe she's the last. Because Georgia wants her not to have anything to plead. So true. And then we got, this chat room is so much better than my corner tavern. Born near North Bay, beautiful area. Yep. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to have a chit chat with you.
Ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendi appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
My sister had no idea what I've been through in the last God knows how many years, and what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her, because I never did anything for her.
You did.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her, be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendi's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendi with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party buy a bottle of bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendi? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendi? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my
All right.
charges.
And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
Right.
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach your honor?
Okay.
Yep, she did live.
This is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine McBanois.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read. They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
Only thing about this, Hugh, I don't see him doing it because he'd have to flip on his mom. He'd have to flip on his dad. I don't believe there's any love lost between his sister and him, but I don't see him flipping on his mom and his dad. But I'm a firm believer that's why Wendi hasn't been arrested yet, because she would flip on everyone, and Georgia wants her not to have any way out. Any way out. Let me just see. No way he didn't watch that interview. He had the time to study everything. Probably the first time he really studied for something in his entire life. Absolutely. Family played him like a fool. They knew that he would find some rugrats to commit the crime. Yep. Guaranteed. Sure, they knew about his drug issues. I'm sure they knew all about that stuff. So they knew he played around. Like Jeffrey said, he had people on both sides of the tracks. This is sucking. Charlie never actually read his indictment. Right? He knows. Interesting, he named his family instead of who actually was convicted. Yep. Napanee, Richmond Hill. It wouldn't get anything less than life, but maybe a little more comfort. Yeah, they might put him, because I might put him in the feds, right? He blamed Wendi for driving to the crime scene on the phone with Donna. And I bet you he didn't even know about that till it came out in trial. Charlie also never read Wendy's book. No. Or if he read Wendy's book, if he was any bit smart, he would have been like, no, can't do this. Too much paper trail here.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time. Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay.
It's brain numbing.
Are you mad that Wendi hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendi over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. And she had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom, but yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house.
I agree with you.
She got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markel right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was I think she said, "I don't feel well." And I say, "Oh no." And then she threw up.
Before that,
No, I think I said, "Oh no." And then she threw up.
before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the
Mhm.
conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your, I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Oh, Tattles, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. And this is, it's probably wishful thinking, but I truly do hope that it's right when she gets off that stand. Sure, it might be outside the door, but wouldn't it be something if Sanford just stood up in the gallery and walked up to her and says, "You're under the arrest for the murder of Dan Markel"? Oh, that would be brilliant. That would be brilliant. And how many people go around bragging about their association with dirtbags, right?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low key, like t-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful he is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school, and they've been friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls. And The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered
Absolutely not.
when you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond.
No,
for
that was
Wendy.
me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great of a guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was going to pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important. So that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest thing.
Financially, you paid $138,000, then you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did.
I got extorted for $330,000.
And then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had that cleared out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
Right.
All right. Can we agree that Wendi was stressed out about the issues
Exactly.
surrounding her divorce?
You love those boys.
I think the divorce caused stress in her life. Yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendi and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry.
I love Georgia. I love Georgia. Oh, I love her. And I pointed this out on Charlie and Rashi's go about there. How many times did Rash Bomb say the F word? Charlie never laughed. Never once. I need a bucket of Pepto. Wendi Staple Money. She's brilliant. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Yep. Oh, I just love I love her there. She even emphasizes it, right? She's like, I love her.
You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Sorry.
What
she
an
used the
asshole.
curse
Come
word,
on.
correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse, but
I call you worse.
I mean, listen, my mom used the curse word. She used the curse word. You just use curse words too. So
Was Wendi less stressed? Was Wendi less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
Mm-hmm.
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Is she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money. You keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her, and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right.
How are you going to overcome the darn computer glitches? You and me and spell check. I don't know, Hugh. Like I said, we're a pair. Let me tell you. She did benefit. I'm just going to say, yes, she doesn't have control of the money. She gets, $4,500 a month. Whatever the boys need, Shelley releases to her. She did benefit in more ways than one. He thinks he's making a good impression. Yeah, he lost a good impression when he first started opening his mouth. When Charlie scrunched up his mouth there, I was expecting a squid baby. Georgia's not making up anything here. It's in the emails. Exactly, it's in the emails. She only is bringing things up that she already knows the answers to. I meant the F word by young people on the internet, not this case. One moment. We're not just wildly arguing here. She never has to worry about supporting her children. That's the big relief for any parent. Absolutely. Charlie has been told that Rashi, that he scored 95%. Yep, it's in his brain, 95%. Like, the way Charlie spoke during these phone calls with DA and or AJ was just so gross. Yep, absolutely. They're their own worst enemy. Own worst enemy. Oh. I'll start some shit with you if you want. The sale of the home, deferred compensation, 401k, all of Dan's investments, Social Security due to his death. She made a lot of money. And that's why Charlie said, chances of winning the lottery twice. Yeah, she's highly respected. She don't make nothing up. Exactly. What's this? My good friend's rabbit passed like a week ago. He already got a new one already. Normally it takes him a year to get a new pet. Oh, I'm so sorry about your friend losing a fur baby. Make mental notes. 5% BS will get you convicted. Exactly, Mike. And then cries heartfelt tears all the way to the bank. Yep. Like the relocation, not having to share any or get you anything like that with Dan. She didn't have to get Dan's permission for certain things. She didn't have to share custody. She didn't have to do anything. It's all what she says. Charlie curses when he talked to his mom on the phone. If I talked to my mother like that, she'd have beat me through the phone. Yep, exactly, Tattles. They have no respect for each other. They have particularly convicted themselves with stupidity. Yep. The $2 million life insurance policy was literally a small amount of what Wendi gained monetarily. Yeah, and let's not forget, we don't know what was in that safety deposit box that she emptied 2 weeks before she even left him. The Holocaust ring. Oh, Wendi Adelson, or your supporters, if you're listening, give the damn ring back. It's not yours. Give it back. Sorry about your friend's loss. Fur babies are so precious. Yep. Sorry, the ring gets me heated. Yep. Like, and thank God it is. Oh, true crime. Can you imagine? And she tried to fight that. She tried to fight it, and I believe George has got the receipts on that one. And to some extent is self-snitching. Yep. Loose lips sink ships. Dan and Wendi had almost $700,000 in their checking when Wendi left them. Yep. And I believe it was $350,000 of it she took. There's some gypsy woman in this story from generations ago. I bet you. Wendi gets a lot if the money come out on she learned from Mummy Donna. Yep. And how to cook the books. Exactly. All that cash Wendi stole but needed to repair the TV. This TV, like, and how she's supposed to be well educated. She didn't know how much this TV was worth. You know, she didn't know it wasn't a great win. It wasn't the best present ever. I think Donna sold the ring out of spite. Oh God, I hope not, Rochelle. I hope not. She also tried to get the GoFundMe, claiming she was Dan's widow. I didn't hear about that. Yeah, $1 million per child. I'm sure they still have the ring. It's vindictive not to give it back, though. Lewis only serves another 10 or so years. He will be paroled early. Smartest criminal there. Yep. Sorry, guys. I'll get back to it.
It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well, it has
She gets disbursements, right?
Kel's sister. So none of that money, you keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the
Yeah.
kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the
Wow.
breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well, it has
She
to.
gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust.
And
And my
then-
sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendi, right?
See,
I didn't
you
know
know more
that.
than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
Mhm.
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19 of
disgusting.
15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure.
Right?
Which one?
Glasses. You can look
Hit
around
that
the
like button,
context if
guys.
you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
I just want to reach in and give her a hug.
And if that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanwa. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment.
True crime. In regards to Wendi being notified on Thursday, July 17th about the house alarm, makes me think Dan did not adjust other financials. I agree with you there. But what I also, and again, this is my opinion, because I'm trying to remember who it was that stated, oh, it's in Ruth's book. Is it Ruth's book? I'm not going to speak about that right at the moment. But they had called Dan and he called off the alarm. But remember when Louise said that they saw Wendi and the two kids? Could it be possible that that alarm was set off because Wendi and the kids, because I can't see Dan calling off an alarm if he didn't know for sure his house was safe. Just a thought I had about that. Hugh Hefner, definitely she would never sell it. No, I don't think she would. She'd hold on it because it's just nasty. The ring is being held hostage. Yep. W.A. is her parents' daughter. Money, money, money. Absolutely. Y'all think about what I just said about the ring and why Wendi is using it as a weapon. I believe she is. 100%. It's her precious. Yep. Exactly. The blog is Wendi. What WTF kind of job is expert on having a father in the home? A bullshit job for someone who has no intention of ever doing a day of work in their life. What's that? Wendi had the children on Wednesday night and had to return them on Thursday morning. What time was that? And where did she return the children to, Dan, on Thursday morning? Exactly. Because I'm trying to remember who stated that Dan called the alarm off, because they called Wendi, they called their neighbor, and they called Dan, and Dan called the alarm off. Wendi and that, oh, it's a horrible book. Horrible. I agree. Wendi picked up the boys early for lunch and went there to check on the house. I think so. WA throwing away Dan's baby blankets gifted by Ruth is beyond vile and unforgivable. It's disgusting. Louise said she was there to let them know Professor Markel was leaving town the next day and had to get it done. In Wendi's Ellie interview, she says, we listen too. Right? The ring is Wendi's sunshine. It's barf making. Yep. I believe she dropped them off at school. Accounting. She is a social worker professor at a university that gets paid to talk about the importance of fathers in the home. Unforgivable. Absolutely. The alarm went off at 8:43 on July 17, 2014, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I just something's weird about that whole situation, because I honestly, I just can't see Dan calling it off if he didn't really know what was going on in his house. Hi, I'll be the judge. Welcome. Happy to catch the live. Hi, chat. The biggest way Wendi won. She stopped Dan from telling he had found out about her. There's a reason Dan hired a criminal defense attorney a few months before. Yep. And Weber was ready to go. He was ready to go. I'm trying to, here we go. In Wendi's interview, she said, we listened to Dan's voicemail. Who is we? Wendi and Charlie? And that's how Dan leaving town the next day was known to Charlie? Absolutely. Her words, we, and things like that. These people are so friggin' stupid. Hey, congrats, you made 1,000 subscribers. We did it, guys. We did it. Thank you so much.
Payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her
And
kids.
did you believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine McBanoa actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June, prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her as something when I was dating her, put her as something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. To which you respond, no problem. Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there. So we'd sign a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
That request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I
True.
never even did it.
You're right, Tuttle.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the two trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent.
You're
in June.
right.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Good catch.
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with her.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
Mhm.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No. In my mind, like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear
How many
of
people have you
not
talked
keeping
to?
her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
How many people in his orbit, in his surroundings, had people extorting them? So I've heard. Like, some of the things that come out of his mouth just make no sense whatsoever.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who are extorting me could come from doing everything that was asked to do, and then
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?
I never said, "Can I get you a trip to Key West?"
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some.
Charlie, you got to shut up for a minute. Exactly. Like, if he was truly extorted for this money, if it was not a hit, he and his family would have freaked out the minute that bump happened. They would have been frightened. They would have been scared. They would have went underground. But no, Charlie, the investigator, didn't scare them at all. Didn't. Yeah. So funny that Charlie said Katie was always broke, but yet he let her use his card for a boob job and helped her look for a boat. Yep, exactly. Like she said, oftentimes the most simple explanation is the most likely. Charlie looks like Larry Finn and the Three Stooges. I think Ruth knew these Adelsons had done this from nearly the beginning. The Adelsons haven't beaten us yet. Yep, well, her uncle knew. First thing he said, the in-laws, it was a robbery with a payment plan. Did CA get the layaway plan from all the other extortions he seems to have knowledge of? Right? I don't know. I don't know anybody that's been extorted. I'm sure it doesn't happen very often in a circle of friends. Charlie's ego, but Wendi and Rashma also helped to get him locked up. Absolutely. Why do we keep rehashing the same testimony over and over and over? This is a discussion, Huff. You're more than welcome to join, or you don't have to join. I hope he got his money out of that top. Charlie's testimony is boring. A study in human behavior. Thank you, Mrs. Sky. But and tell us that you had no ID. Sometimes you see something you didn't last time, plus the audacity of it. Yep. The mornings are in Key Largo. Very expensive place to stay. He was giving her a lot of perks. Absolutely. True crime wifey also still have questions as to why GS was there 45 minutes, should have been 15. Especially if he says she was texting a lot of the time. What was he doing? The Geek Squad, that is a huge thing. Huge. I bet you there's receipts on this too. Like, I bet you Georgia knows more than what we know. I think he would have been better claiming it to be a robbery with a payment plan. Yep. You hear more and more each time you listen. It's amazing, but true. Well, the couple of videos that I did where I heard what Jeffrey said or what I heard when Wendi said. I've watched those videos so many times. Never heard it before. This is what we do on a Saturday night. On what a tangled web we weave. Yep. I don't know. I had the Geek Squad at my house years ago for 10 minutes for a broken TV and they replaced the modem. Right? It makes no sense. Can any of us send a letter to Charlie or imprisoned in Donna? Yeah, you can. I've put out a request to Charlie, but that was before he was moved. And yeah, I didn't get no reply, but you can. Did he show her a picture of Danny shot in the car? I don't know. I don't think so. I have probably seen Wendy's interview 10 times and watched Charlie's testimony 4 to 5. It's amazing what you find that you missed before. Yep. Since Charlie had friends on the other side of the tracks, I'm surprised he didn't call them to help him with the extortion with Katie. Yep. Yes, you can. Yep. Sarah Boone gets mail. Yep. Okay, I'll get back to it here.
Some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving
You'll have
her
to share that,
$300
Bob.
for the when she picked up that bag at my house. I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying, like, no thanks. And you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually, it's funny. At that time, in The Wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what? F that. You're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for, you're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with. And she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding and I took out my credit card and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid?
Oh yeah, no, I remember that well.
So go quicker if we can just.
I'm sorry.
Answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanua and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Catherine Magbanua?
She was a patient of record at my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all the
I agree. True crime. She was just biding her time. That woman filled that day. Like, I can't imagine anybody having such a busy morning as she did. There's not a second that she didn't fill with some kind of way to show what she was doing every second of that morning. I believe she stalled that poor Geek Squad guy. She stalled and stalled and stalled. Because remember, she even said, I was so busy, I couldn't even have a shower. I was running late. Somebody that is so vain as she is, do you think she's going to go to a restaurant with other women looking like she just crawled out from underneath the house? I doubt it.
No part of the breast augmentation.
not at all.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Is she referring, can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her boo job.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree and the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?" My next door neighbor's Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what completely. By the way, I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Well, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her. And then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want to.
Yep.
I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her. So I started to joke around about it, and then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
I just want to talk about this because it's throw on a sundress, whatever. It just falls, but this just keeps saying to me exactly how I think. She was hoping to find Dan. She was hoping, my opinion, I have to say that. What was she going to do? Find Dan, pull him out of the car, pretend she's given, trying to save him? She didn't want to get anything all over her good clothes. Her plan fell all apart when she drove to that crime scene and the police were already there. We heard her in her interview say to Sarah, the victim support worker, "Did somebody call the police?" We heard her say it. Her whole plan was to find Dan. That was her 100%. I believe it right to my bones. That's right. She did not believe in. She did not think somebody was going to find him. That's what TSP has also said. It was a chit chat, but that seems like a lot of chit chat for someone who's texting someone else during the time period. Yep. I just don't. That was her cleanup for this crime scene outfit. Yep, I agree. I think she was going to put on the show. I think she was going to try to pretend, make it look like she was trying to save him. I think it is. I have long wondered if that was why Wendi went to Trescott too, to see Dan dead herself. Yep. Just because even in her interview, and I know, guys, this video is taking forever and I'm so sorry, but we're having such an interesting conversation. Even in the interview, she stated that they had a conversation about what would happen if that time came, she told Dan she would want them to pull the plug. And he said he'd want every measure taken to save his life. I feel she was going to make sure that wouldn't happen. Because she made sure that the family couldn't be reached. She deleted all their numbers from her phone. So I think she wanted to make sure it was done. I think she would have pulled him out of that car and then pretended that she found him because they were going to have a meeting, remember, to talk about the oldest one going to school. So that's my opinion on it. Yep, she forgot about the retired couple next door. Like, I just, it's gross to think about it that way, and it's sad to think about it that way, but they all would have been cleared if she was there and found them. Dan not dying it was a game changer, and why Katie had to wait and sleep over to get paid. Yep, exactly, because he didn't die till the next day, and they didn't have word about it. Crime and coffee. It is Saturday night, and there is nowhere else I'd rather be than right here with y'all. Thank you, Sky. I don't necessarily think that she wanted to find his body, and I'm totally open to that opinion. I still think she couldn't help herself and wanted to know the job was done. I agree, like, absolutely. I would hope she didn't want to find his body, but I just have with her comment about life-saving measures and how many times she kept asking about him is, I just have a funny feeling that was just something she would have done. She's that evil, True. I just think she's that evil. Rochelle has a valid theory about why Wendi brought rye instead of bourbon. Interesting. Yeah, I think she's a rye drinker and not a bourbon drinker. That's why I think she brought the rye instead of the bourbon. She knew she wasn't going to the party. So might as well have rye instead. She's going to drink it up. Maybe she was going to play the hero. Maybe she was going to try to. Right, Sky Trooper. I would have loved to see Wendy's heart rate upon learning he wasn't right. I wish Isom would have played it off that he might have been okay. I wish he would have played that off, because I bet you she would have cracked. Dang, all I think we are DQ'd from this jury. Yeah, we're not making the jury. Who's the worst? Adelson for me, Wendi. Same here, Q. Wendy's 100% the worst. There was a STB party, but knew she would never attend. Exactly. Wouldn't that be something if they could get it off the Fitbit? Wendi is a coward and didn't know if she would want to see gunshot gruesome wounds to the head. I think she just comes across as somebody that really wanted to see it done. Like she just wanted to see it done. Was the rye a good up, or was that planned? She was supposed to buy bourbon, Hugh. So I don't know. If you're talking about me, I'm 48. I'm an old woman. I think W went by the CS because the hit timeline fell apart when Dan called that M saying he was taking the boys swimming. They had to move the hit timeline up because the boys would know. Yeah, good up. I can see Wendi wanting to find Dan first, her need for attention, but it would have made her a clearer suspect. It might have, but the problem is she had that voicemail from Dan, right? Saying, let's meet up. So she found some free time in her busy day. She asked in her interview how he got to the hospital. Yep. Sorry, I'm so far. The chat is so far ahead behind me. Let me just scroll here. I think she just wanted to see it was done. Yep. Since the timeline was moved up, she got worried the hit might not get pulled off before Dan picked up the boys. She just wanted to make sure last minute changes didn't mess up the plan. Okay, so I wouldn't be a juror. I wouldn't be a juror ever on a criminal. I couldn't. I would try to think of any excuse, although I kind of wish I did live in Tallahassee so I could sit on Wendy's jury. I would. There's no way a clerk at a liquor store would sell rye when a lady with blue eyes asks for bourbon, right? That's what I totally believe. I wish I could ask Jeffrey, is she a rye drinker? Because it clearly says bourbon. And she said, I've never bought bourbon before. So spoke to the clerk or however she said it. And oh yeah, by the way, he talked about my blue eyes. I totally think she's a rye drinker. And she knew it wasn't going to be going to someone else. So she might as well have it for supper. Sorry, guys. I'll get back to the video. I got to go. Right back.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can't agree to that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic. And sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magbanua that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday. And she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know what she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with dad, she was with dad, just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not, but I knew what it was about.
All right. 20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah, we ended up,
Was paella the big birthday gift?
yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay. Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, still working on dad's birthday present. Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then
Or
at
what I was
1
thinking about.
a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., mom texts you back, I know you'll, and I think she was in Israel, so that may account for the time, but she texts you, quote, I know you'll come through for me. Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there were some in Tallahassee and in Canada as well.
I know there was a
but did you go
memorial.
to either?
There was a memorial service here. I
Did
didn't
you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, you know, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
Mhm.
When
I-
did you?
I wasn't
sorry.
I wasn't close to him, but either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like shot twice in the head.
I found out it would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
When I
Do
handed
you
the money
agree
over.
that this was a first-degree murder,
Do I agree?
planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him. Yeah,
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted,
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's
What's that, Charlie? You don't know how cops investigate? Have we not just been hearing? Did the Dolce Vita video not say everything that you knew, how they worked, how they did things? I'll be the judge you meant July 18th. Jewish mafia just assholes. Absolutely, Sky. Yes, they even hired cheap hitmen. Yep. And here's another thing. What hitman does a job when he doesn't even know what he's getting? Because Katie said, Charlie said, they'll be taken care of. There was no price before. Like this, none of it makes sense. Kosher style pork fried rice is really good. Yep. He keeps repeating George's questions, same as Wendi did. But Charlie knows everything, exactly. The recorded calls are still online. Yep.
it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime.
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magbanua said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house. And
No, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you
I
said.
think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanua got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, yeah, I would have opened up my safe and I would give them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe, but this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000. This was as real of a threat as you get. These guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest.
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How, if the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what
The defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion. You would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in
testified?
and told the truth, and yeah, for sure, you would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendi and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically today as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that, was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but
for them
even
coming
after
me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I spoke and told what I know.
But what about,
Exactly.
I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Magbanua. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin Kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday,
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
and nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And
Yep.
yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that.
Oh my God. Does he really think that LKs don't have anything else better to do than to think about Charlie Adelson? Like, this guy, yeah, right here. What a doofus. What a doofus. I just can't with these people. In my mind, this is why they decided to hit Danny. He was going to really expose them. Absolutely. I can't imagine having Adelson as an in-law. No, I say it all the time. Dave, boy, oh boy, did you ever escape. They promised to set up trust funds for their kids. I think so, Sky. I think there's a money trail. I'll be the judge. Said it first. He was correct. Thanks. I'll be the judge. Oh, did I miss something about I'll be the judge? Oh. Okay. Lacasse said that Wendi thought Tallahassee was just a redneck town. I don't even understand how it can be a redneck town. Like, it's the capital. It's government. It's everything. Oh, he was in jail during trial. Charlie was, yep. And Luis was, Sigfredo was, Katie was. It's a major deal. Like, Crime and Coffee, of course, all the LKs are set for life. Come on already. They're getting a whole $3,000 per month. Like, right? Like, what? He doesn't even know how to shut his mouth for his own protection in prison. Like, yes, why would the entire family behind this? Yep. Divorce is an option for crying out loud. Right? And they had a divorce. But remember, that banana bread, you can always walk away, no death necessary. Exactly, Mrs. Sky. Exactly. When Charlie toasted Dan and Wendi during their wedding, I bet he just talked about himself. Do you imagine getting that video? I think their past was full of crime that they didn't want exposed. This thievery and greed did not just develop recently. No, 100%. It's 200K people, capital university town, right? It's not a friggin' redneck town. Do you live in southwestern Ontario? I live near Toronto. And all of the broken families. Yep. It has a reputation, pardon me. It has a reputation of being a bit rural. Yeah, it does. All of North Florida, though. But I don't see no rednecks there. It's the jury's fault, no smart people in Tallahassee. That's what they say. Oh, Tallahassee can be a bit country, but I guess my version of rednecks is different. Judge just pointed out an important observation about family money and the threat from Dan's court filing. Yeah, I 100% believe that the house of cards was coming down on the Adelsons. 100%. The opposite of love isn't hate. It's indifference and divorce. Walk away already. Yep. She just couldn't She didn't want to share. She didn't want to ask Dan to do anything with those boys. Like, do you know how many deadbeat dads are out there? There's deadbeat moms too. I'm not just picking on dads, but deadbeat parents. And this man loved those boys so much that he even asked Steven Weber to try to fight so he could go in for at least 10 to 15 minutes just to kiss his boys and tuck them in before they went to bed. Like, oh, I just remembered I was in Tally once. I'll be in Tally when Wendi gets arrested. I'm telling you that much. That's why people from there get offended, because it's kind of true, or at least used to be. Maybe it's come up a bit in the last couple decades. The case was presented perfectly from the opening statements. Yep. Yep, most educated. Can I just say, I think WA is into some really dark stuff. That picture on the front of Wendy's book, the owl shirt, that's a lot of symbolism. She's huge into symbolism. I've pointed that out in a few of my videos. It's crazy how much she's into that. Because I came from Phoenix, and there are a lot more rednecks in Phoenix. Yep. Turnpike Donna. She's got a lot of traffic too. I'm sure of it. Critical thinking, agreed. She doesn't even love the kids, just wanted to possess them. Yep. I'm really far behind on the chat, guys. I'm so sorry. It seems once Dave started to see Wendy's dark side, she started plotting. Yep. If you want a redneck, you should check out my cousin. Oh, there's a lot of rednecks where I am. Turnpike Wendi coming up. Is your grandma suggest putting you in a Nazi uniform? Something is off, right? That is just ridiculous. And you're a descendant. Like you. Can I just ask, what the heck was the study teacher porn on her work lap? Right? Which also, when that came up, Rabbit, I thought about what Jeffrey had said in his interview about that student that kissed Wendi. And then she started complaining about it and sending emails off. Makes me kind of think it was the other way around. And she was covering her ass. Like, who's she going to say? Who's she going to say, look that up on her laptop? She going to blame it on the boys? It's mind-boggling. But when Jeffrey said that about that student kissing her on the lips, and then she sent an email to him, it's the other way around. I'm sure of it. Got the hots for Sigfredo when she found him on Facebook. Hi, April. Welcome back. Oh, gosh. we have fallen down the rabbit hole now. Oh, Bob. I tell you. Wendi was seducing students. I think she made a big issue out of it. And Jeffrey said, if you need me to find the email, I can get it to you. And then they find that on her laptop. Wendi is into sure dark stuff, in my opinion. Also, it was her work laptop, but she was searching student teacher porn. Yep. I'm telling you. Something is... Thank you, sweetheart. And just so you know, guys, I don't just call every one of my viewers sweetheart. This hopefully one day will be my future daughter-in-law. So that's why I call her sweetheart. The stream has been superb. Great host, great chat. Oh, thank you, B Rabbit. But right, it was found on her work laptop. And the thing, what really got me in that interview is where she said, "You can take my laptop. It's not like I'm going to be working anymore." Stop it. DeSanti is not book banning, please. But time, breathing techniques. Yep. So Wendi is just I think so. And her book, like, I'm not sure if you've read it, Rabbit, but her book, if everything that's being said about Charlie is true, which we all know it is, but I just got to say that, was these people out of her book his victims? Did she use her brother to study these people? Like, not only, sorry. True crime wifey, really, he is banning other stuff in schools. Let's see, not all of it, young. There are trashy people everywhere. There are beautiful places all over the U.S. and good people in many places, absolutely. Jeffrey Lacoste said that during his interview that Wendi told him that his student had kissed her in her office. Yep. And sent emails about it. This family loves sending emails. Like, seriously. Oh, Rabbit, you don't even want to. It's garbage. And listen, I have her book, but here, I don't know, maybe they don't do it in the States, but there's like these miniature book things that people put in their yard where you can, little miniature book libraries that you can take a book and put a book. So I knocked on the lady's door the other day because I actually check it all the time to see if there's any good books in there. And guess whose book was in there? Miss Wendi Adelson's. So I asked the lady, I said, "Do you mind if I take this? Because I'm not returning it. But I don't want Wendi to get any money from me." And she told me to go ahead. I could have it. Wendi insulted Dan, was unfaithful in New York, but that's usually her trying to cover up what she has done. That's why I call her Turnpike Wendi. Like, Urban 3000, I'm just playing. Oh, we caught up, guys. I caught up. We're small libraries here too. Okay, so it's not just a Canadian thing, but yeah, it was in there. And honestly, Rabbit, it is so hard to read. It is the hardest thing. I was thinking about doing chapters, but I'd rather listen to Rashbaum. If schools could ban all Black history for 50 years, then they could ban history. Stick to math. Yes, we need workers. Oh. Wow, crazy story about her book. It's horrible. This book is horrible. And every character, in my mind, is something about Wendi. Every character, not just Lily. Every character. Turnpike Wendi with her gaslighting shenanigans. Yep. WA knowing about CA's tours and treatment of females and then partaking to be an advocate for women who were trafficked is beyond sick. Yep. Sick people. Turnpike Wendi with her gaslighting. I've read that one. How about Judge? Remember, she said Danny did not read her book, but he read it and spoke about it on his blog. Can you imagine what he was thinking after reading that? Yeah, and the one insert in the book where she talks about not liking the nicknames that Joshua gave their family. Imagine him reading that. He would have been heartbroken. I know there's a copy in the Duke University Library near me, but I just can't do it. Honestly, Rabbit, it's horrible. It's horrible. Like I'm having a hard time getting through it because I get angry. I get so angry reading it. Does anyone but Wendi accuse Charlie of having... Oh, I think... Well, even Ryan alluded to it. Like, it's very satisfying that you're using my quip about Turnpike Wendi. I'm flattered and thank you. I love it, Hugh. As soon as you said it, I'm like, yep, that's her 100%. Now that you reach 100 subscribers, some moderators might be next. Yes, anybody wants to be a moderator, please let me know. I would greatly appreciate it because this chat is crazy tonight. Oh, sweetheart, if it's you, first off, bracelets are in your future. But before the bracelets are in your future, if this really is, which I doubt it is, but if it is, can we make an appointment? I'd love to have a one-on-one woman chat with you. Honestly, I would love to have a one-on chat with her. If Sanford's listening, please give me the heads up. I'll go down there. I'll sit with her for 5 minutes. That's all I need. When Dan was murdered and Wendi's name came out, I looked at on Amazon and read the reviews. They had bad reviews. The price went up $20. It's true, wife. Have you read it? It's just, honestly, guys, if somebody truly does want to read Wendi's book, let me know. I will send it to you because nobody needs to put money in Wendi's pocket. I'm not moderate either, Bob. Wendi, what is the question you're asking me? Yeah. Oh, how many of us would not want to sit face to face with her? You're killing it tonight. I bet your number goes up 200 more. Oh, wouldn't that be something, Hugh? I've only listened to people read it, and I will not buy a new copy. True wife, if honestly, if you do want to read it yourself, let me know. Send me an email. I'll mail it to you. It could be, honestly, this book could be like, you know, that show, The Traveling Pants. We could just keep rotating this book to people. Wendi's book, and we could all sign the inside and state where we're from. So like I would put Rochelle, Ontario, Canada, and then see how far this book could travel. If you go on to my page, True Crime, my main page, and click on the more and scroll down, my email's right there. I love fancy fiction. The Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. Yep. Could be the sisterhood of Wendi Adelson's book. Nobody should pay to put money in that woman's pocket. Thank you, sweetheart. I love you. That's my son, everyone. There's also a few wiretaps of CAKM talking about and looking for someone. Yep, real estate. I don't know if it's in the library. I couldn't even, you know what? I looked at chapters. They didn't have it, but like I said, I refused to buy it. But Yeah, it will do. We'll all put our names in it. We'll just keep sending it around. Wendy's book disclaimer. Yep. Hi, Donna. Welcome. If you get moderators, does that mean I can't call Wendy? No, you could. I won't restrict any of that. Because Jibs, I call her that. Well, I call her Turnpike, but you know what I mean. Turnpike, Porcupine, Ho, it's all the same. Thanks, Happy. Welcome in. Wendy's book disclaimer: void where prohibited by good taste. Yeah. Do you live in London near Toronto? No. I buy used copies of The Gift of Fear and give them to people. Yep. We just need moderators for political tweakers. Exactly, Bob. Yep. We're not here for political. Wendi is a coward. She has a bodyguard layer to keep people away. Yeah. Honeycott? University presses often publish crap by law professors. Yeah. Sorry about that, Bob. What happened again? This has been awesome. Thank you. I am so grateful you're here. I see you in all the other channels, and I'm like, when I saw you coming to mine, I'm like, oh. Political elections, who cares? That's all after Donna's trial. Yep. And then we'll be jumping on Wendy's trial. Let's hope, everyone. Bob, Wendi for president. Yeek. Jeez, could you imagine? I'm sorry, I'd want Trump over that. Love from South Korea, all. I'm so glad you're here, Happy. I'm sorry, engaged. I try to stay away from politics. No, that's not a problem. Morgan, Broadback, Honeycutt. Yep. And so I can't remember who, I think it was Fancy Fiction was talking about how she guarded the bathroom so nobody could go in while Wendi was in there. I'm sorry. I already said that. Like, could you imagine Morgan Honeycutt and Jane? They're nothing but flying monkeys. They're Wendy's flying monkeys. It's just a narcissist always has flying monkeys. Oh, could you imagine? Okay. We're never going to get through this video if we don't.
First wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said, just it's a long story. I brushed it off and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? You're not dating Katie. And that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high-strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
We do see that person left, though, eh? They didn't like being called out like that.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her,
No.
Katie's
Not
down
allowed,
on her
Benji.
luck, and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money. You could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings, but when I told.
Sorry, I'm just going to bring this up because this is important. Benji, that stuff is not going to be allowed at all. We're here to talk about the Adelsons. We're here to discuss the Adelsons. I will not allow any of that. I saw that post and I quickly took it off. That's why I said, oh boy, that stuff's not allowed here.
Told her what happened, I was thinking that, you know what, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed. They at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So I just, when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say a thing to Wendi. You got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out. It was when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. Do you know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. I
Okay.
need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV. And you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendi as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder? And then your mom brings up TV, first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there today?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a
And
couple
all
of
the-
coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon for their Stock the Bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon on that day at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And you
Oh,
might
I
not
shall
be the
smack
right
you.
Katie talk. That doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, your mom, you call your mom back and you say, you probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before. And her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
What? Sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting, Jib.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence. No, strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something. that we were part of it. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
say
it
the
true,
same thing.
doctor, that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
Mhm.
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off
I
from
was
the
sure they're
killers.
not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person
Mhm.
that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, "Where's the weapon?" He's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless.
I do, B Rabbit. I it's just running in my brain right now. And that is why I need moderators, right? Because when somebody talks about something like that, it needs to be shut down right away. And because it's no place for it. So if anybody in any of your other channels sees Benji out there, just let them know that I shut it down. Oh, wait, was that the reference to fleeing? Benji, I'm so glad you're still here. That stuff will be shut down immediately. You have my word on that. We're not here for that. So I'm glad you're still here. I don't like bigotry either. So I promise I will get moderators and I will make sure that stuff is shut down immediately. As soon as it's seen. It's not welcomed here. Sorry, guys, I stopped it. I just wanted to make sure, because it was bothering me, because it's not allowed.
I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So
But
that's
that-
why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying
Thank you. I agree.
if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to, and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying with someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
Thank you, Steph.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess. And that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police. And this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that
We
what
didn't-
you
we
told
didn't do a
Ryan
murder.
Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan
No,
Fitzpatrick?
never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right, and you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip. I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is like, even if, let's say, it's on my car, and then I go ahead and I get fine, and I go, when you're getting in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and she got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, if they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, no, she was in my car. He sat in the car for 2 minutes, got the AC, and then got out of the car. It has nothing to do with you guys murdering me.
That's right. And that's right, true crime. People can disagree. People can have their own thoughts and their own everything. But you know what? When we're in here, we're talking about the Adelsons. There's no place for that stuff. If you want to believe in that type of stuff, do it in your own home. You don't have to press it on anybody else. I 100% agree. It really is bugging me. And I apologize deeply, Benji, that you were so offended. I'm done for a while. I just want to enjoy retirement. I have zero tolerance for talk like that too. Thank you, Steph. Exactly. 100% agree. We all have our own opinions. We all have our own thoughts. We all have our own beliefs. One hurricane for me. I think so too, Clarissa. I 100%. They come in like that Wendi person. We all know Wendi Adelson's not going around using her own name, right? If she's in these things, she's lurking under some other buddy's name. But I just really want people to know we're here to discuss. Like I'm opening it up. We're constantly talking and all that. I won't put up with that stuff.
Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay. You know, if you have a car and
Yep.
like this person renting that car that he okay. But you have to prove that they were also driving that day and rented it and lent it to a friend. What if you rent the car and
Everyone.
hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring you back on Tuesday. You go, yeah, sure. So you rented the car. You've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go and okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it. But what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay. My point is, I don't have any knowledge. Evidently, this person is either pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying to visit.
Sounds like you're saying even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
On redirect, you'll have an opportunity.
Well,
My question was.
One moment.
My question
We're not
was-
just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me
and
to
you're-
answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she had just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car.
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car.
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people who'd killed Dan,
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that like the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sinclair wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down and he'll proffer 10 years and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison.
Hey, true crime.
Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. Or I know the audible is bad.
What would
Are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn in on the first. And that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine McBanoa on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah.
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine McBanoa that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now. Yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I feared for my life.
And then you say, "So help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit, because this will be done." You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can do that
sir.
sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy,
Right.
You'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking second extortion.
Okay.
I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop him. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong.
So
That's
there.
exactly what I said.
All right. Thank you. Nazis kill,
I
right?
love Georgia.
Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
That exterminate, right?
Mm-hmm.
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her, but basically saying I'm going to have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings for you?
Guy.
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap. You never disrespected him. And you mentioned that, you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom, would want to mess with his connections, right? You remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed, or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah.
I don't know. So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Okay. Garcia helped stop the second extortion. Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
No shame.
On the topic of conversation for Catherine Magbanua, don't you say, I look for things to do? I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things, right?
Absolutely. That's proving what I've been saying all along, is that I didn't think she was part of this. So I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday, I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken. For sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. Is she said it's the police. You can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when
Or you
these
could keep getting
guys,
extorted.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Catherine Magbanua?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine Magbanua?
In there?
Yeah,
Because I know.
but she knows too, doesn't
Yep.
she?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
Ugh. Those guys are good.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And
I agree with you, B Rabbit. Like he's right now, as far as I can find, he's under a different name. Because you can't find him in that prison. You can't find Charlie Adelson at all. They're protecting him. Somebody's protecting him. This makes him a target now. Yep. I have like 4 guys, right? Stop interrupting my low grade lying. I did this imaginary script 333 times in my cell. It's all true to me. Exactly, Happy. Exactly. Charlie supposedly has a huge target. Yep. And supposedly it was Sigfredo that put the green light out on him. Prison system will keep him safe until some young prison guard falls asleep. They're already flying him to South Dakota. Yep. And you can't, in that prison in South Dakota, you can't pull up Charlie Adelson. At this point, Charlie can't survive the inside or the out. Nope. Yes, he's in some sort of prison witness protection type status. Yep. I say Florida should put Charlie and Sigfredo in the same prison. Exactly. Exactly. He's been protected since before the transfer to South Dakota. Yep. Did you try searching the maestro? Damn it. I knew I was forgetting it. No, I didn't. I heard they move him around now because the Latin Kings are actually after him now for using them as an excuse. I wouldn't doubt it. Like, look how many times he says it. Look how many times it's just horrible, stupid. Same way Epstein has special care. Yep. He's in the intel. Yeah. Charlie can't change his face, though. They'll know. Absolutely. Well, who is it? It was on STS, and they said it won't take long. Because she has family there, and it's close to the Mexican border. Spell check. Charlie is his own worst enemy. He's bathering on and on. Even with a new name, he's still Charlie. Exactly. And Rabbit, do you remember who it was on STS? He was a professional skier, and he went to prison. I can't remember his name for some reason. He's the one that was talking that it's not going to take long no matter what prison he goes to. They'll know. He can be possibly searched if they have a timeline. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Maestro, I didn't think. Oh, the Markel Act doesn't apply in Texas. Exactly. Guilty granny is probably losing it. Yes, thank you very much, Rabbit. I couldn't think of the name. Yep. That guy's amazing, too. I love how STS puts the reform prisoners on and talks with them. Like, for people to have done what they've done and then come out and reform their lives like that, it's amazing. Same way Epstein had a special treatment, I meant. Yeah, I remembered how he had. Exactly. Had. Thank you, Rabbit, for that. I couldn't think of the name. Yeah, right. And it won't be until someone messes up accidentally at right time. They may try to keep him safe, but prison system is still quite dysfunctional. That's why I said it's just me and might be morbid, might be whatever. I would love for the system to screw up and accidentally put Charlie and Sigfredo in the same cell block. I would buy tickets. Hefner, is it spell check or fat finger? The prisoners know within days they have his picture and he runs his mouth nonstop. Yep. Leslie Van Houten. Maybe Charlie can be rehabilitated. He's going to be something. I listened to Michael Franze's podcast. He talks about surviving prisoner as a mafia turncoat. Yep. I've watched some of Franze's, but I have a true crime, mafia. I watch all that stuff. Prison system is quite functional. Well, not in Canada. Well, yeah, I guess in Canada they're babied. Little of both. Tells these. They all have friends to help them look prisoners up. The guy who was a skier and went in for bank robbery is on a new YouTube. Has a new girlfriend. Relatable Reese, the ex-Scientologist. Oh, I haven't watched his shows and seen him for a bit, but good person. Right, there's exactly the type of thing that could happen. They put them in the same block without knowing it. Please sell tickets. And I don't have a cigarette in one hand. You're doing good, Hugh. 6 days. Keep it up. Yep. Hang in there, Hugh. Absolutely. Yep. And you talk about prisoners having rights and victims having no rights. Thank you, Canada. Like I said before, my perpetrator, if he did what he did in the United States, he probably would have gotten 15 to 25 years. In Canada, he got 4. All right, I'll get back to it, guys.
At that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine Magbanua, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine Magbanua?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The
Can
wire
we
was in
agree
April.
that
She was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire and that 6 months later, Catherine Magbanua was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Did you encourage Catherine Magbanua to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder. Yeah,
There was a
well,
lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015. Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement,
Welcome, Ryan.
he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right. That's a civil complaint, and somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified, but it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There's never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I
Welcome.
was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
He was more able to hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. I mean, you now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday, almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
Yep.
I was extorted and I knew a lot. Yeah.
One moment.
Thank you, Rabbit. That's right. Tommy Scoville. I could not remember his name for the life of me. And King Tone. That's the one I was speaking about earlier. They're both on a show 9 months ago called something like Former LK and CA New Life in Prison. Yeah. Honestly, everybody, if you have not seen King Tone or Tommy Scoville, check them out. And they're great. Tommy Scoville, hands down. I love how he breaks it down, says exactly what it is. Thank you so much, Rabbit. I greatly appreciate that.
Please, Your Honor.
Before we redirect, do any of the members of the jury need to take?
We missed the crescendo there.
Coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder. Yeah,
There was a
wrong.
lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother?
All right, guys, my dog wants
Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015. Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right. That's a civil complaint, and somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint, threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified, but it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, Doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There's never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
He was more able to hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. I mean, you now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday, almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Oh, she just got him. So this is Jake. Probably hear him in the background. He's Shih Tzu and Yorkshire Terrier. And great. Yeah, STS show is great. Hi, Clueless. Thank you for coming in. I asked a lawyer, criminal defense, how big of a deal is it if the jury doesn't like an attorney? He said it's a big deal and can't stand Rashi, but adores Georgia. Yeah. Rash, it's horrible. Oh my God, this is George the bear at the best. Makes me want to become an attorney for the prosecution. I think every little girl should watch Georgia. Honestly. I predict Rashi spends all his money buying a boat that is worth half the price he pays for it and then goes broke in a few years. Good chance. Spell check. Charles Les Miserables. Oh, still on his cell phone. Words with friend. Yeah. I think he was because during this. Sorry, I'm putting him down. One sec. During this, Tim Jansen was streaming for him, right? So he was probably sending things to Tim Jansen because Tim Jansen was checking his phone on and off too. What kind of dog is he? Shih Tzu, Yorkshire Terrier. Hello and thanks. Been lurking while cleaning. Just found this missing item. It was supposed to say I could. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm just catching up on you. You guys already read this. I haven't. Of course, unfounded. I'm just going to see what we got here. More likes needed to reach 100. 100 helps the YouTube algorithm. Hit the like, please. We have 174 people in chat. We can do it, Coffee Crew. Georgia should be required to read at all colleges. Yep, I believe so. Toss that Adelson book out in the garbage. I still think of the movie Legally Blonde when I see Kappelman's team. Yeah, he's my baby. Will Reese Witherspoon step in? Anybody could step in and take over for Rash. Georgia does so many subtle things which makes her sincere. Her inflections, she's saying, you're so full of shit, right? With just inflections. Charlie has no idea. Oh, she had him from the beginning. Is it doctor? When he could have literally said, it's Charlie. Rashbaum called him Charlie. He didn't correct Rashbaum. But now that he's going up against Georgia, he says, it's doctor. Crime and Coffee, all subscribe there. One less. Thank you. Bend and snap. I'm really good at reading people. I think the blonde lady has great respect and a crush on the honest man with the greasy gray skin. What? I'm sorry. I think I must have read that wrong. Rashbaum allowed his innocent client to sit in jail for over... Right. The Society page did a great tribute to Jack, Georgia, and Sarah a while back. Yes, I seen that. I love the Society page too. 98 likes. We need 2 more. Come on, people. 2 more. Rabbit said so. Sorry, not bashing SDS Joel. Just weird to see him in the background. Most critical moment. Oh, no, I knew you weren't bashing him. I was just saying I'm pretty sure that's what he was doing at that time. Like, He was constantly updating Tim Jansen and the CEO. Thanks, Rabbit. You're awesome. Thank you, everyone. We got 1,000 subscribers. We got 100 likes. It's a great stream. Thank you, Ian. Was Charlie in jail for a year waiting trial? Yeah, I believe it was. I believe it was a year and almost a half that he was in there for. I like the backwards in heels. Yeah, she owned that courtroom. I love how she wore FSU school colors for her closing. That's the COE. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Thank you. Great stream. A lot of nice people. Excellent commentary. Thank you, Clarissa. Because I got a beating last night after hours comments. But that's okay. Because we came back strong, and we got 1,000 subscribers and 100 likes. This is a great YouTube creator and an awesome chat community. She hit 1,000 subscribers and 100 likes in this stream. Thank you so much, Rabbit. And I'm very honored that you're here. I see you and all the other ones. I'm so great you're here. Thank you so much. I'm honored for my coffee crew. We have the best crew here. Young Black. Thank you. You're doing good, Rochelle. Your co-host. This crowd is... Oh, spell check. You're kicking booty today. Yes. Sarah D is also a great... She's amazing. She is. Her opening was awesome. I can't believe anyone would criticize you or your stream. Thank you, April. So while I got everybody's attention, because I did say it earlier, either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, we're gonna have a special guest on. The stream will be earlier. It'll be either between 6 or 7. I should know more tomorrow, and I will let everybody know. We're going to be talking about Donna. If there's special questions or things like that you want to make sure get asked, please email them to me. I will have them all written down and ready to go. Young Black, what's your take on the economy? It's going to crash. If yes, when soon? I don't even talk about that stuff. Global love for you. Thank you, Happy. 40-year-old virgin guy could play Rashi. Yeah. This crowd is great. It is. It's awesome. We talk about it and we don't, nobody gets offended. That's great. Jonas, yes, George on Seinfeld. Donna Schwig. Banana bread recipe is my question. I don't know if we want Donna's recipe, because I'm sure if she did make that banana bread for Dan, I pray to God he threw it in the garbage, because I'm sure that was laced with something. You mean you see me bathering in many other sites? I hope that's a good thing. It is. You always have great comments, great questions. Stirs, y'all are great. Yes, the chat group. Yep, the chat group is amazing. Much respect to all of you. I love banana bread, but if somebody bakes me banana bread now, I'm going to be thinking twice of eating it. Is Georgia truly modern or an unsinkable Molly Brown? I think she's just great all around. This crowd is a huge boost to your channel. Absolutely. I owe my coffee crew, and that's what I call the chat. That's what I call everybody in here is the coffee crew. We have our OG coffee crew and we have our coffee crew. And wouldn't have been able to do it without yous. I would like to know if prison officer offers Donna therapy. Probably. banana bread can change minds. It's a powerful thing. Donna puts love in every bite. Yep. Don't want to know her kind of love. Wonder if Wendi visited Dan in the hospital. No. No, she didn't. I doubt Donna knows how to make anything kosher. Dan would not have eaten it. I'm sure Wendi made that up. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. But I'm just saying, I'm sure if she did, she would have laced it with something. Michael Glenn, oh, intriguing question. Oh, yeah. Jib. I'm guessing arsenic, flour, and bananas. That's what I'm guessing, Jib. Dawn on Wendi want to know what other colors does the Jeps. Can you imagine? That color doesn't look good on me. But what is kosher arsenic? That's the question. No Xanax. Nope. You now have 1,020. You're a rocket ship. Thank you, Rabbit. Last night I think we were 80 away. And I felt so, I was like, oh, but it's okay. We brought it back today. Jibs, stay away from that. Kosher style arsenic. Yep. Yes, this is a group that offers humor and an intellect observation. Absolutely. We mix it in. You know, if the person talking on the screen is talking about Turnpike Wendi and things like this, you know it's okay to say what you're thinking. We are hilarious. Yep. I so want to see Wendi in orange. Oh, I can't wait. Bring it on. Xanax can be crushed and just sprinkled on top. Like, what is it? That sugar stuff that you find on donuts? Charlie's banana bread has, yeah, absolutely does. Not the beverage. But banana bread with walnuts. Are you sure those are walnuts? That's what I'm talking about, Rabbit, right there. Oh. I assume the intellectual part is referring to me. Absolutely, Bob. We have to have one in the group. This is a great group. Makes me want to go live. Well, you can always join on the Donna trial with me, Tattles. You were part of the beginning. Wonder if Wendi will go gay. Well, she'll go something. I can imagine Donna and Charlie's pardon me, cyanide text. So, Mom, I got the lethal go-kart that can be slipped into your quote unquote banana bread. Should get it for Dad for Christmas. Right there. Yep. There's a video of American Economic. What is this? Ice some sugar. Ice some sugar. I love it, innuendo. WA in the unflattering horizontal striped jumpsuit that adds about 5 pounds would be great. What's going to be great is seeing her when her Botox wears off. Oh, that's going to be wonderful. And she's going to be on national TV. She's going to be on all over the internet. It's going to be great. The Navy's motto is that it isn't gay if you're underway. There you go. Wendi set up the comment perfectly with the banana bread, and Georgia destroyed it like Wonder Woman. Yep. As a parent to the banana bread. Poor Dan, his kind heart and mind, he would never have thought they would murder him. I guarantee it. Guaranteed. Yes, it's you. You are sanity in many sight. I know you're from. We have to have one. we have to look a little bit respectful. Orange is the new teal. Yep. Is it possible that Donna will confess to save her soul? No. I don't believe so, Michael. Because you got to remember, sorry guys, that's something in my eye. You got to, no, it's my finger before somebody says it. Because Charlie's still got his appeal going, right? So if she confesses, Charlie's appeal's out in the water. Yes, Bob, of course. Love you, buddy. She's going to look like the crypt keeper for her trial. Absolutely. If Wendi is watching, you're going to prison soon, dear. Absolutely. If she's watching, I'd like to meet her for coffee. Just 5 minutes. That's all it's going to take. I consider y'all friends. That's rare. Well, you and I are like kindred spirits. I have issues with the mute button and you have issues with spell check. So you need a soul for that. Used to be such a funny host, crypt keeper. Wowie. Donna will be sitting as a defendant at a trial knitting. Do you think Rashi brings her in like with a cane or something like that? And like this frilly old lady sweater? Like, I'm picturing how he's going to bring her in. Because he's going to think that the jury is going to see her as this little old granny. And as I'm not going to steal Jay's name, but as Jay from Shaming of the Jay calls her, Grandma Gotti. That's how they're going to see her. Oxygen mask and a walker frame. Yep. Eyelash. Thank you. Donna pushing a walker. I don't think he has a choice. I think she's going to want to. Can you imagine that battle between her and Georgia? I don't think he has a choice. I think Donna will control it. With 2 bright green tennis balls. Oh, that is great. Donna will be dressed to the T, a cardigan with pearls and a brooch, half glasses, hair up in a tight bun while knitting. I honestly can picture that rabbit. It is brilliant. Like, the only one I think when Wendi gets charged and she goes up to trial, she's the only one I think that doesn't testify. The female Robert Durst costume, maybe. Yep. Jay is great. So funny. I love Jay. That's what I fear about Harvey, or think that maybe why they're not going after him. Harvey, he's the low man of this. To me, yes, he knows the money. Yes, all of this. And yes, he's part of this. And yes, he's guilty. But I think, in my opinion, the state see Wendi, Donna, and Charlie as the 3 main characters. That's how I think. Donna has a soul. I thought she was a straight demon. She is a demon. Seriously, did they really think they would get away with this? Now they have less than 0. Yep. They thought everybody else was stupid. But really, if you think of all the paper trail prior, even the divorce, like all the stupid stuff prior, is not going to come back and bite them all in the ass? Like, seriously. Rashi will overdo her just like Charlie with his glued up eyebrows. Yep. 100%. Rabbit, never trust her with knitting needles. Nope. Here's another one. I believe that Morris will not take the lead. I don't think Donna will allow that. She trusts Rashbaum too much. He's like that 82. Yeah. So go after the other ones and you can get him on anything. They can get him on anything. And then there's spell check. I don't think it'll be a battle with Georgia. It'll be elderly abuse. Oh, I don't know. Because Georgia is great with her words, though, right? Georgia doesn't have to look angry. She can use her words properly, like she did with Charlie. So many people thought Charlie won that battle. I thought Georgia won it straight off the hop when she said, "Is it doctor?" That's all. She's going to be emo Wendi. Mm-hmm. And there's Robert. Oh, my heart breaks for that guy, honestly. Breaks for him. I sure hope they go for Harvey. Oh, I believe they will. I just think they'll wait till Wendi has nothing. Wendi will be next. A walker, yep. Don't kid yourself. Donna got nabbed and Harvey hit the closest strip club. Yep, and made it rain. Absolutely. He broke open the Bullet Bourbon and he was living the life. Living it. In the words of Harvey, come on, don't do this. You're making a mistake. Yep. But no emotion to his words, though, right? No emotion. Numbers wise, it's kind of not worth it to arrest Harvey. Right. Like, what are they going to, they're not going to offer Wendi anything to turn on Harvey. They're going to put all that financial stuff out in Donna's trial. Let the feds come after and the IRS and all that deal with Harvey. Get these guys. That's the way I look at it. Donna has a shark fin. Mm-hmm. They deflect their crimes. Absolutely. You are correct. The apple don't fall too far from the tree. Exactly. Will Harvey end up broke or destitute? I don't think so. I don't think so. These people who knows? We don't know. Honestly, we don't know the financials. They'll come out in Donna's, though. I hope Rashi is the lawyer for all the Adelsons. He wouldn't be for Wendi. Because she's got John Laurel. He won't be for Wendi. AJ is giving J-Date and Red Hot go. Dates and yeah. Hey, any lucky women out there? Go down J-Date. See if you can find Harvey. Truth to us is not reality to them. Exactly, Happy. One thing supersedes me. What's that? What about Wendi's friend from the Mosaic lunch? She left the VM on Wendi's phone after Isom picked up. Yes, I know. I exactly. I know who is responsible, and it makes my stomach turn. Did she suspect Wendi? But she went in and said, "I didn't leave it. I must have butt dialed." Come on. I think he is too shrewd to be broke. Yeah, I agree with you, Sky. Harvey will skate until he croaks in a few years. Yep. Or does what Donna wanted to do, right? Donna looked pretty strong and healthy during her perp walk. She also looked very peppy in the bump video. Yep. I hope that woman lives to like 150. Yo, that boy is not sleeping well these days. I agree. My spell checks imprisoned. If Harvey didn't go along with the plan, they would have probably roll him as well. Yep. Oh, they were all in on it. Like, there's no way. They had to think doing it through several people was enough. I mean, they have to know that in all M cases, spouses or ex-spouses will be main suspects. So they put some people between Wendi and Danny. Absolutely. But they also thought Wendi was a better actress than what she is. Imagine 50 years of living with Donna, bossing you around. Can't imagine. Did you hear the phone call between Charlie and Donna calling Robert strange and mentally ill for not wanting to talk to Donna on the phone? Yep. Like, I just don't. The optics of seeing all three of her kids testify in her murder trial is going to be amazing. I do hope Robert comes. Pardon me. One thing that surprised me, Charlie seemed to be okay with prison food and his commissary. Does surprise me too, but he is getting, what is it? The giant? Is that what she said? It's called the giant box or something like that. So he's pretty well kept. Yes, I have been saying that IRS will handle Harvey. I agree, Happy. I'm a huge Columbo fan and like to watch it mostly because that is what the world I grew up in looked like. They get Harvey for Medicare fraud. It's a good chance. Harvey will live to 100 as a slumlord, collecting quarters from the washers, dryers, and the laundry room. Remember when? Remember when? Oh. Harvey has flown to the Philippines per Charlie. Honestly, I don't even know if they'd care. Just let him go. Frequent flyer. That Jane's a flying. She should be embarrassed of herself, honestly. Embarrassed. Because then we find out that she calls to let Jeffrey know. She calls to let Jeffrey know after doing what she did and talking about how she talked about him. She should be ashamed of herself, that woman. Harvey is probably like a little Madoff back in the day. Probably. Harvey could well be living it up in the Vietnam villa. He's not one to waste his money and leave it empty. Yeah, I wonder if they could get a refund on that. He's living it up. Yep. Oh, Jibs. It wouldn't surprise me, though, honestly. There's no justice until Wendi gets convicted. Absolutely, Q. No justice till she's behind bars. Your instincts are laser focused, sir. Charlie eats anything. Yep. They were ordering treats off of eye care for Charlie. Yep. From the jail calls, it's obvious they all realized Dan did not connect with tally jurors. I think they will let Morris take the lead to bond with jurors, but Rash will do Donna and Charlie's testimony. I don't think he can. I don't believe he can cross Charlie. I'm pretty sure he can't. Isn't it unbelievable that this is real life? Right, Hugh? I think that's what has got everybody so into it because it's just hard to believe. It's just too hard to believe. Charlie buys 2 dozen big honey buns and 4 cases of Twinkies every day. I'm sure that's what's keeping him. I believe someone will find a way to sue Harvey out of every penny. And a good chance. I was watching the reruns when I was 5. It's a good show. Jane is yeah. I'm going to call it out. I'm going to say Jane's a bitch. That's just a bitch move right there. Jane was laughing in the interview with Wendi just hours after Dan was shot. Yep. Inappropriate and disrespectful wench. Yep. And if there's anybody in here that knows her, you can tell her. I'll meet her for coffee too. I admire June for her intellect. That's what you admire. Gotcha, Bob. I wonder if Jane is still friends with Wendi after all of this. As far as I can figure out, she moved away from Tallahassee, but I could be wrong. I'm not going to put anything on that. I hope Charlie gets some dental care as everyone else. Apparently, this Radius guy's wife owns that Vietnam condo. Harvey and Donna were renting it, remodeling and repairing, and bought all new furniture for it. Yeah. And Scott Radius is on the witness list too. But I believe he's allowed to do it via Zoom. I think that's what I read, via Zoom. Or was it just his... No, wait, it might just be his depot via Zoom. I admire her teeth. Donna's teeth are like stars. They come out at night. Only on Crime and Coffee, people. Only on Crime and Coffee. What do you think Wendy's mindset is today? Is she in constant turmoil? I would bet. She knows they're coming for her. She knows it. And that's one of the big reasons I think she moved to Austin, because of the grandparent law. Texas don't have it. Sadly, I don't think Harvey will make it long after Donna's convicted. His health will not be able to take it. I do think Harvey and Donna are soulmates. That's why I know Harvey was 100% in on it. Yep, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But then who's going to be putting money on the commissary? Throwing the fortune away. It's almost like karmic in nature. Yep. Hewitt sounds like a soap opera. It does, doesn't it, Marie? Hi, Tim. Welcome. Jane did move out of Tallahassee. She was last heard of in Georgia State. She'd have to move out after what she'd done. Nobody would ever want to even speak to her. People like Wendi surround themselves with physically unattractive and insecure people looking for approval and acceptance. Yep. And Dan was an exception because he was a good-looking man. I think she's plotting her exit. I agree, but I bet you there's a lot of eyes on her. I'm guessing WA's liquid meals now consist of 4 courses. Yep. She'll skip ASAP. That's why I say they got to get her as soon as she comes off that stand. Please do it in open court. Please do us all a favor. Do it in open court. It's close to Mexico. Guess what city I live in? Austin, Texas, at Crime and Coffee. Well, keep your eye open. That's true. I'm in it with Mr. They really need to keep an eye on Wendi. She might prize law enforcement. Yep. They've got to have eyes on her. There's no way. I'll be the judge possibly, but I'm sure she's surveilled. Yep, I agree, Sky. Harvey allowed his wife to run loose. He could have told Donna to settle down and mind her business. Yep. Yep, I agree. You couldn't write a movie script of this crap. You'd be laughed out of the creative meeting. Absolutely, Rabbit. Absolutely. Like, I'm thinking, is Netflix going to do the series? Or is it going to be just straight out movie? Even Jane exited with rap speed. Yep. Oh, she'd have to. Wendi moved to Texas, so she does not arrive at the trial of Donna after Laura promises she will that Everett has to send out the Texas Rangers to find her. That give Wendi a lot of time. Oh, she'll be at that trial. She'll be there. Wendi is going by the second, worrying about her imminent arrest. She left Miami because of more people were finding out about the case and also to avoid the Markel Act. Yep, I agree, Clarissa. I think the state believes this as well, that once all Harvey's family is gone, he will shrink away. Yep. He's part of the fishbowl, but I don't want to say he's not guilty because he is. We all know he is. But he's one of the smaller fishes in the fishbowl. That's how I look at it. Wendi needs a free private lair jet. She's got it. She's got that boyfriend, right, that has a jet. But seriously, Charlie is a foodie. Can Uber Eats bring an elegant dinner to the prison once or twice a week? If you don't ask, you never know. He is a foodie. You're right. That would suck, wouldn't it? That would suck. I wonder what his last meal was. I wonder what he ate that night because he got arrested early in the morning. I wonder what he ate. Who was the roofer that Charlie was friends with who testified against him? Ryan Fitzpatrick. I love Ryan Fitzpatrick. I'd love to have him on here. Anybody know Ryan Fitzpatrick? Let him know. I agree, but being closer to the border, going with immigration, she has a much better chance of getting out on a private plane. She does, and they've got to know her new boyfriend or her whatever, how many boyfriends, that he has a private plane. Keep your eyes open and watch your back too. Yep, exactly. And if you get any scoops, let us know. Wendi won't be undignified to choose Vietnam. No. No, that's why I say it's a season of Fargo at least. Yeah. If she is surveilled, it would have to be via the FBI, and as the Texans don't give a damn about Wendi. Oh, it would definitely be the FBI. Sanford's not letting her slip through his fingers. Guaranteed. Could you imagine Wendi in a third world country? Her ego will keep her here until they arrest her. Yep. And that's what kept all of them, right? Charlie was gone. He could have stayed gone. Harvey knew they all were in on it. Absolutely. Clueless. Absolutely. I hope that she can't find a date. I hope she hasn't gotten... Well, she has. She's Turnpike Wendi. Come on, Jonas. If she lives in Texas and let her go after testifying, they will be taking a chance. I agree, Marie. That's why I say I'm. If it happens in the courtroom, yay for all of us. But chances are it might happen outside that door. By the time they convict Donna, then Wendi Harvey may not be around. Yeah, I think they're not going to wait till the conviction of Donna. I think they're going to go after her as soon as she testifies, as soon as she's done testifying. Lobster. Might have been his last meal. Yep. Wendi in Vietnam is a great visual. Wendi steps on a landmine. Yep. Wendi will go hide with Puffy. Oh, yes. Austin, huh? Is she taking mind dancing classes? Wonder if she's brought an F-350 dually yet. Can you imagine? Thank you for giving us a place to be and something fun to do. Oh, you're welcome, Sky. I enjoy it. I absolutely enjoy this. If I was thinking that they wait till her mom is convicted, but Georgia knows she is cunning. Yeah. I don't think they wait. Like I said, I will say I was wrong, and I was probably just wishful thinking, but I think they get her after she testifies. The problem with Wendi in third world country is that she needs money. What has she got to sell? Keep it clean. She's going to give Spanish. She's got all kinds of money. And remember, all the money that comes from Dan, that Shelley sends to her when she needs it. And there's another reason I think she doesn't run. I think it was Rabbit that said, if she runs, she doesn't run with the kids. Because Shelley would have to send money. They'd know where she was. She can at least be prosecuted for perjury. Yep. And remember, they arrested Donna without going to the grand jury. So why can't they arrest Wendi without going to the grand jury? I know they have eyes on her, but remember, Pat Sanford testified that they were watching Charlie, but not 24/7. Wendi will not go through any public transit. She will much more exclusive. Yeah, but I guarantee they probably got 24/7 on her, especially since she moved to Austin. Oh, I didn't mean to offend Rochelle. Oh, you didn't offend me. Why do you think you offended me? You didn't offend me, Hugh. Absolutely not. In Belize, you can survive on English alone. It's the only, but it's a very small place. But if you get a fast plane like SR2 you can be in Guantanamo in 2.4 hours. Oh, yeah. She'll leave the kids and run. Watch Wendi in Cuba. Good night. See you soon. Celebrating 21st wedding anniversary tomorrow. Congratulations, Tattles. We'll see you soon. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for coming in. My guess is they get Wendi just before Donna's trial and say, we have enough on Donna. No. They'll get her to testify first. They need her to testify for all of the divorce stuff, all of that. So she will testify. Yeah, and you're right. Sorry, Clueless. I didn't even think of that. Wendi does speak Spanish. Oh, Hugh, you could never offend me. The grand jury may have already indicted Wendi and it's sealed. That happens. Absolutely, Clarissa. But like for some people say, oh, well, they can't arrest her until that. They got arrested Donna before the grand jury. Oh boy, here we go. Come on, let's all get along. Happy anniversary, Tattle. Hi, Mark. Amazing that Chaos scored 95 for the tedious monologue. Exactly right. Yep, congratulations, Tattles. I have heard a rumor out of Miami that Wendi has investigated dropping the boys in Sydney if she has, there she could try it. That would keep the Markels out of via travel costs. The Markels would pay whatever the world asked them to pay for their grandchildren. And Australia has a treaty with the US. Australia has a treaty with Canada. So I don't. Tattles, good night. Night. Oh, Mrs. Sky, night. Happy anniversary, Tattles. I can't wait until the movie. The other case that I wish they would have made into a movie is Helen Goulet. Yep, I agree on that one. Night. I have to go back. Sorry. She speaks paella. It will be interesting to see how Wendy's testifying changes this time. Each time it's a different story. I agree, Clueless. I believe this is where Georgia unleashes a little bit more on her. I think you mean Bolt. So if you mean I misunderstood. Okay. Wow, your spell check is drunk. Wendi says she speaks Spanish, but she can't walk the walk. She checked with Isom first before she said she speaks Spanish. She's full of it. She did not want to be. Yeah, but she also said she spoke she spoke Isom. Well, she did try to learn to speak Isom, but that she spoke Spanish and because she helped the paella guy. Happy anniversary, Tattles. I'm offended at all this offense. Spell check killing me. Your spell check is drunker than my mic. The Markels have already lost out on a relationship with the Grands. It's very sad. Yeah, they'll get it back. They'll get it back. If you're very old and have medical issues, the airlines refuse to board. They have that right. Old Phil is okay. Phil is a very young older man. And like I said, the Markels will move heaven and earth for those boys. If you don't know that, I'm sorry. Wendi speaks Spanish, but she doesn't have a real Spanish accent. She may not blend in well in a Spanish country. Anything she says is half truth. She's just going to bat her big blue eyes. Can't wait for the TV movie or feature film. The only other case that would make a great... Oh, did I fall back? And that she is. And she will. Jailhouse sequel. What is it? What is she called? This Is Our Life. Next one will be This is Life After My Life. Like, what is she going to call it? This has been a wonderful stream, guys. Thank you all. I greatly appreciate it. We had a lot of discussion. We stopped it because it's Rashi next. And honestly, do we need to see that again? Do we need to put ourselves through that? Look it. Sadly, I believe Wendi signed custody of the boys to Tova in case she is arrested right after Donna's arrest. She was with Tova and Harvey. I believe they're finalizing the paper like Donna started. It's a good chance, but the boys are getting older. And so a child here in Canada at 16, they can choose where they live. So I don't know if it's the same in the States or not. That's one thing Wendi will not be able to keep those boys from the Markels in the end. No, they'll move heaven and earth for those kids. Heaven and earth. Are there many people in Canada that are into the Adelson's murder event? I myself personally have not ran into anybody. that is. I have a reason why I am into it, and that is because I needed to shut my brain off, and I came across Charlie, and well, it was easy to shut my brain off. So like I've been watching for 3.5 years. I've been following it now. I don't live too far from Markel's, 2 hours at the most. So I just feel like it hit home, right? It hit home. If Wendi speaks half Spanish and ends up in Argentina, says the local will dob her in. She won't be safe in any country. She's not getting away. Poor pitiful me. Tory smelling. I think she may have signed custody over to the family in Texas. Yes, children can be at 16 in some states. Guessing that's the same in each state. Yeah. And I think that's why, because she has family there, right? So you're all fun to spend time with. Thank you, Sky. Agree. Wendi has it all planned out as usual. Yep. But we all see how her plans work out, right? Donna would not have anyone who isn't family control those trusts. It would not be Tova. I agree with you. I agree. Yes, and I pray Ruth and Phil will continue to be well so they are able to have the relationship with those boys one day soon. Absolutely. I pray for good health for that family all the time. I pray for those boys. And like I said, I don't mention the boys' names on here. We all know the boys' names. I just choose not to mention them. I just don't want to do that. But, oh, imagine. And here's what I hope for. I hope for media and all that. The minute the Markels get to reunite those boys, I hope the media backs the F off. Let them have their time. Tova's job is a sham. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. I hope the media, everybody just backs off, lets them have their privacy. Tova wouldn't be in control of the trust. The money would go to her. Tova is like a family to them. Well, as long as she's putting it, as long as Tova is taking care of the commissary, that's all that matters. I enjoyed your stream. I have to crash. Most wake up early. Thank you, Clueless. Thank you for coming in. Greatly appreciate it. And I have to crash too because last night was too long of a night. But I just want to thank everybody. Thank you so much. We did it. We got 1,000 subs. And it's all because of you guys. I cannot tell you how grateful I am. It will be riveting. And we'll be here, Hugh. And we'll be discussing. Thank you, Sky, for that. Yeah, we will. Are you leaving already? Are you seriously going to push me into this again? So very sorry to hear that Phil and Ruth have separated. Murder of a child, no matter. But you know what? They separated, but they're still very cordial, all that. You see them in court, right? Didn't realize it was this late. Have a good night, everyone. Night, Clarissa. Thank you for coming in. I'm pretty sure Donna mentioned Charlie's cousins to run the trust. Yep. But again, with them all in there, at least commissaries being bought. That's all that matters. Awesome show. Great chat community. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rabbit, for coming in. I greatly appreciate it. Hugh Hefner, thanks for being here. Yes, thank you, Hugh. Hugh's one of the OGs. Sky's one of the OGs. Good night, all. The coffee crew that have. And Marie is an OG. Right from the beginning when I had nobody in my streams, the first ones that popped in. They stuck with me all this time. Mrs. Sky. Yeah, Rabbit, I appreciate you joining. Good night, everyone. Look forward to special guest night. Yeah, I will keep you all posted. Bob, you can't pressure me into it. And the peer pressure is not happening tonight. Donna, thank you for popping in. Greatly appreciate it. It was the perfect storm. You're absolutely right, Michael. Thank you for popping in. I greatly appreciate it. And on that note, thank you all. I still got 144 in chat. Good night, Bob. Thank you for being here. Bob's an OG. Wouldn't be able to do it without Bob. And Hugh and Sky. Night chat. Thanks for the conversation, Hugh and all. Thank you for coming in. I'll be the judge. Greatly appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow night. I'll figure out what we're going to talk about tomorrow night. I'm thinking jail calls. That's what I'm thinking. Let's have some comic relief for a while. Good night, everyone. Take care. Thank you.